I'm going to call this meeting to order. Today we're going to have the invocation. Mr. Commissioner Kevin, Andrew.
Please pray with me. Heavenly Father and Holy God, we come to you today, Father. We're thankful for the many blessings that you give on us each and every day, Father. We're thankful for this beautiful county that we live in, for the people of this county and their willingness to come out and participate in this process, Father. We ask that you will give us direction, that, Father, you'll rest your spirit on this meeting today. Help us to make the decisions that you would have us make, Father, and serve our community here. We're thankful for your love, your grace, and your mercy. In Christ's name we pray. Amen. Amen. If you would, please join me in the pledge to this great nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I pledge the great state of Texas. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Okay, the first business to be discussed and considered for approval is a public hearing to discuss and consider the concept plan for Project Red Data Center. So at this time, at 3 minutes after 9, we are convening into a public hearing. Mr. Clint Head.
We're doing red or yellow first?
This is Project Red.
All right. This data center is on 139 acres. And they have their traffic impact study. It's on the Wolf Hollow property. They're proposing to move the Bitcoin data centers back to the back and build 3 data centers that are enclosed. And Trace Strebe, the engineer, is here. He can probably answer the questions better than I can.
Clint, yesterday you said you hadn't received the information back from the engineering firm.
It came.
Oh, it did?
Y'all should have it.
Oh, you emailed it? Okay.
It's up there.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, go ahead.
Hello, for the record, Anthony Balistrieri. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
And who are you with?
Excuse me?
Who are you with? I'm sorry.
Sorry, Starwood Digital Ventures.
Okay, is there anybody here from National CRE LLC, Holdings LLC, or Greenland Capital LLC?
No.
What is your relationship with those?
We're the developer of the project, ma'am.
Okay, on the plan that was submitted, it said the developers were National CRE Holding LLC and Greenland Capital LLC.
Okay. Yeah, those are the entities that we're the developer of. Those are the entities we're using, ma'am.
So when were those LLCs founded?
I'll have to confer with my team. We can follow up with that.
So what is the relationship between Starwood and National CRE Holdings then?
Can I confer with my colleague, ma'am?
Sure.
This is one of our affiliates to file the plans, ma'am.
Okay, I couldn't find anything, formation records. The only thing I found was, I think it was, I have to look and see which one. National or Greenwood was an LLC formed in Florida, but was administratively closed in 2025 due to lack of filing reports in Florida. So are these actual LLCs that have board members and have been filing with the Secretary of State in Florida, or are these defunct firms?
I can follow up. Our lawyers who handle that aren't here. I'm the CEO of Starwood Digital Ventures, so we can follow up with all that information. but we believe these to be correct.
And what's your last name again?
Balistrieri,
Would you spell that?
B as in boy, A-L-E-S-T-R-I-E-R-I,
Or B-A-L-E-S-T,
R-I-E-R-I.
and your first name?
Anthony,
And you are the CEO of
Starwood
Starwood.
Digital Ventures.
So who else is on the board at Starwood?
Starwood Digital Ventures. It's wholly, if I can go through my speech and I can talk about that.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and ask
Okay.
some questions.
So ultimately, we're a wholly owned subsidiary of Starwood Capital Group, a global real estate investor.
Of Starwood Capital.
Correct?
Okay, who's on that? Is that a publicly traded company?
No,
So
private.
Okay. So who's on is there a board? Who's
Privately owned by our founder,
who's that?
Barry Sternlicht.
How do you spell that?
S-T-E-R-N-I-L-I-C-T.
S-T-E-R.
S-T-E-R-N-L-I-C-H-T.
Okay. So what is either your or Starwood's background in, as it relates to energy or data center construction?
So our group, our team that we run, 100 people, over 600 years of collective data center experience, over 10 gigawatts of projects. Starwood Capital has a 20-year history of investing in digital infrastructure projects in the United States and across the globe.
So when did you become affiliated with this particular project?
We've been working with the landowners and submitted the plans on this behalf. We've been working with them for a number of months.
So why is your name not on the plans that were submitted?
Those entities are the ones that are affiliates of ours.
But as far as I can tell, they don't exist.
We can follow up with that, ma'am. Unfortunately, we'd have to have our lawyers here for that. And
Okay. All right, so so you have hired the engineering firm?
yes, we've put a team together of local professionals, consultants, and contractors to submit these plans. That's correct.
Okay, so you hired Baird, Hampton and Brown.
Correct.
So is it Starwood that is, the contract with Baird, Hampton and Brown is with Starwood?
Correct.
And Starwood's the one who's signing the
Yes, so we
paycheck?
will be the developer of this project.
Okay. So what other data centers and where has Starwood completed data centers?
We're developing projects all across the country. Our team has experience, as I stated, about 10 gigawatts worth of projects all across the United States. And we're currently developing a number of projects in Northern Virginia, as well as places like Ohio, Nebraska, Portland.
Can you be more specific of the exact locations, please?
In Virginia?
Yes.
Yes, in Northern Virginia, Ashburn, Loudoun County, Stafford County.
Loudoun
And we're
County.
also developing projects across the globe.
So do you have any that are in construction now?
Yes.
And where are those?
Most of them are all under construction in the United States, in Northern Virginia currently.
In what location?
Those same locations, ma'am.
And what about ones that are currently complete and in?
In operating, yes, we have a number of those, also located in Northern Virginia, Loudoun County, Ashburn, et cetera.
So any in Texas?
Currently, none in Texas, but we have 2 other projects here that we're pursuing currently.
Where are they?
There's in West Texas and then Northern Texas.
El Paso? What location? Is it?
One's close to Lubbock, and then the other one's close to Abilene.
Okay, what is the total square footage under roof for example, the one in Lubbock that you're developing?
Oh, I don't have that number off the top of my head, ma'am.
Do you have any of ones that are in operation? What's the total square footage or
Ones
acreage
that
under roof?
under roof right now, that would probably be in the 3 to 4 million square foot range.
So that's an example of which one?
Projects in Northern Virginia, ma'am.
And so the Project Red, since that's the one this hearing is for, what is the total square footage under roof?
I'm going to turn that over to Trace to discuss the project in detail.
Okay. How many times have you visited this site?
3 times, ma'am.
Did you notice the homes that are around it?
Yes, ma'am.
So is the lease with Marathon or with Constellation?
Constellation is the owner of the land as well as Marathon.
So who is your lease with?
Marathon and Constellation.
So you have,
The project encompasses land under
Owned by
both of
both.
those.
Okay.
Yes.
so Project Red has homes directly to the east. It's called Weems Estates.
Correct.
And to the south, and then across the street to the north. So you said you'd been out there how many times?
3 times.
3 times. Are you
And also
aware-
the power plant to the west.
Yes. Are you aware of what the folks that live out here have been enduring for the last 3 years?
Yes, we've seen the news media, ma'am.
So you've watched the documentaries and the news coverage?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is your plan to control the noise?
Trace is going to walk through the project, but as outlined in the plans, we're going to be moving the Bitcoin mine south away from the homes. And then the new projects are going to be built state-of-the-art enclosed compute, built to the highest standards of the data center community today, which should lessen the impact on the community.
So there actually are homes to the south. I mean, Mr. Chase lives out there, and he calls me frequently about the noise. And so it's going to be moving closer to his house.
We're going to be moving him into the heart of the project, as outlined, Trace will go through. And we believe that'll lessen. And then, you know, the data centers that we build in a lot of our communities with homes that are much closer than the ones that are provided in our plans. And through the noise attenuation efforts that we make, we believe that this project will lessen the impact of the community. And to the extent you'd like to talk about noise, we actually brought one of our noise consultants here today who can talk about how we intend to do that through our state-of-the-art projects.
Yeah, I think there's also someone here that is a pretty good expert on that as well. So are you familiar with the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act?
Not in detail, ma'am.
Okay, so when will you provide the complete list of components to ensure you're in compliance with that?
I have to look to my team here.
When will you provide the detailed materials list to ensure you're in compliance?
Yes, ma'am. There won't be a state regulation that the project won't comply with. And obviously,
Excuse me, sir, would you please state your name for the record?
yes, ma'am. Trace Strevey, I'm a project civil engineer with Baird, Hampton and Brown. Business address is 6300 Ridgely Place, Fort Worth, Texas.
So when will you provide the complete list of materials to ensure you're in compliance?
Yes, ma'am. So this is obviously the concept plan, which is the first step of a process that Hood County requires and the state of Texas requires. There's a lot of engineering and design left to go. And as the project completes, we will be making all required submittals to the state, the TCEQ, and Hood County.
Okay. And is Jeff, Fire Marshal here? We didn't do the safety briefing. Forgot the safety briefing. But, yeah. So have you reviewed this plan?
The concept plan? No, I have not. Usually when I get involved is when they start submitting the plans for the equipment that needs to be provided. And even at that, it's anything that has any relation to BESS. So the state has adopted NFPA 855. 855 is specific to the battery energy storage systems. The state has not adopted 850, so that does not apply to power generation.
Will you have any battery energy storage on property? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Would you step to the mic? Sorry. We just want to be sure it's all captured. Will there be battery energy storage on property?
At this time, we're not proposing a battery energy storage system.
Thank you. What about diesel backup?
Yes, ma'am. There are backup generators.
do have some further questions as we get into the details, but I just wanted to get that kind of organizational structure out of the way and kind of what your background was. And I know that the judge really, really loves it when I ask a lot of questions. So
I don't care, you can ask as much as you want. We're in a public hearing here, and the whole audience here can ask their questions here
Yeah.
too. That's what we're here for.
We are expecting to answer questions, so this is fine.
yeah, okay.
Would you,
Go ahead.
would you tell me your last name again?
Yes, sir. Strevey, Strevey.
Strev.
EY.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm the president and CEO of Baird, Hampton and Brown. Ready?
Yes.
Okay. So again, you already have my name and record. Obviously, we're here to provide an overview of this concept plan submittal. We believe that it complies directly with Hood County's adopted ordinances, as confirmed by your third-party engineer. I know that that letter was a little late to the game, but obviously we all saw it a moment ago. Section 4.4 of your rules establish approval criteria for a concept plan, and we believe that we have met that criteria at every level. So I'll just run through a few things. The Project Red is consistent with the county's development framework. Project Red is located in the Road Corridor District. The county's regulations state that the Road Corridor District should be located, that all commercial development should be located in the Road Corridor District. This is not a rural greenfield campus. This is not in the rural district. It is a reconfiguration and modernization of an existing industrial site. It will reuse existing power and water infrastructure to minimize impact. Second, it is supported by adequate public facilities. We are proposing to interconnect with existing power infrastructure located adjacent to the site and with existing power allocations of the current system. The concept plan does not propose new continuous power generation, and on-site generators are shown for backup only, not intended for continuous operation. Potable water demand is limited to domestic employee use and will be supplied through regulated public groundwater wells permitted through Upper Trinity and the TCEQ. At build-out, the whole project is equivalent to just a few single-family homes, 6 single-family homes. Employees in this setting just don't use a lot of water. We do not rely on large-scale groundwater withdrawal for cooling. The project will use a closed-loop system. Once filled, with that water continuously recycled to further minimize water demand. Processed water is structured to utilize existing industrial infrastructure, and the project does not propose continuous industrial discharge from the site. Sanitary wastewater is limited to domestic strength wastewater flows associated with employees at the facility, again, equivalent to a few single-family homes. It will be treated by a permitted aerobic treatment system with disinfection and drip irrigation. Again, as permitted by the TCEQ in Hood County. No industrial fluids or processed water enter this system. Fire protection is fully self-contained. We'll meet NFPA guidelines. We're proposing a 200,000-gallon ground storage tank and 1,500 GPM to supply fire hydrants and fire sprinkler systems. We do not believe that Project Red affects adjacent land uses. The project is taking extreme care to minimize impacts on adjacent land. And again, Project Red represents a reconfiguration of an existing industrial site. Equipment is being relocated to increase separation to residential uses. Mechanical systems are being evaluated and upgraded. Cooling systems are air-cooled. Generators are for emergency backup only, and the existing crypto mine are being relocated and reconfigured as a part of the project, specifically to reduce noise impact on the community. It's a significant expense that we're taking, again, to address directly community concerns. Project Red does not adversely affect water resources. In addition to the water considerations just described, the project is outside of the Water Quality District and contains no map floodplain. Stormwater discharge follows existing drainage patterns. and a detention basin is proposed to prevent any increase in runoff to downstream properties. Again, the hydrologic studies were provided with the submittal. During construction, the project will comply with TCEQ construction general permit and implement a stormwater pollution prevention plan. Traffic, we did submit a traffic study. This is, again, at build out, not a very heavy traffic use. We're projecting 50 trips during the AM peak hour and 36 trips during the PM peak hour, much less than a complementary industrial or residential development. In conclusion.
Can I stop you right there? What about during construction? And will that be a period of how long?
If we have no opposition to submitting traffic studies that address during construction. All of the access to the site is coming off of Mitchell Bend Highway.
Mm-hmm.
The construction traffic is going to vary depending on the phase condition of the project and how many employees are on site at one day.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have that data right now because we haven't got that far in the plans yet.
Okay, and do you have an estimate of how long the construction period is?
Not at this level of completion of the plans. The phasing program hasn't been fully developed yet.
Okay, so I just heard that this company, Starwood, has done multiple of these across the United States and the world. So do they have an estimate based on prior?
It's based on procurement of the components that we need to build it. There's lead times associated with a lot of the electrical infrastructure and lead times associated with other project components. If that material can be obtained quickly, we might build 2 buildings at a time, all 3 or 1. We just don't, again, we just haven't got that far in the design yet.
Okay.
I think reasonably to answer your question, Project Red will be completed within the next 5 years, even at the slowest pace.
5 years?
Yeah, at the slowest pace.
Okay, so that brings me back to the traffic study, because yes, it's important to know the traffic after it's complete, but the main traffic is going to be during construction because of all the materials that need to be brought in.
In subsequent submittals, we can directly address construction traffic once we know the phasing program.
I would think that it would have been important to have that now as, you know, an approval of a concept to address 5 years. I mean, what normally during a smaller industrial development that this county and other counties are used to seeing, this is, you know, as you all well know, this influx of data centers into Texas is a pretty new phenomenon, and the size and scale are exponentially larger than anything that a county of this size has seen before, except for the prior data centers that in the last few months. So understanding the impact on the roads and the traffic, it's not a 6-month or 9-month project. This is several years of development that will impact the community. So having that information at the concept plan would have been important.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you, but the county rules and regulations specifically have multiple steps to approval. The concept plan is intended to be an overview of the project, which is what we've provided. Subsequent submittals dig into the details. And again, there are approvals at the next level as well from the commissioners.
Okay, so you have no estimate of the traffic impact for 5 years.
We know what the build-out conditions are going to be, and that information was provided. Construction traffic is going to depend on the construction schedule.
Okay, so no estimate of construction traffic, which will be between 3 and 5 years.
I think that's a reasonable assumption. And again, we will provide that information once we know the phasing.
Okay, thank you.
So in summary, again, we believe that we've submitted a concept plan in compliance with the ordinance that meets all of the criteria of Hood County, and we are here respectfully requesting approval of the concept plan as submitted. I believe that the letter from the third-party consultant also reflects a complete submittal.
I haven't seen it. I guess it was given to us this morning. I mean, seeing it and reading it are two different things.
Yes, ma'am. So we are here to answer questions following the public hearing or during. We have a team of people. We want to be as open as we can be.
We've got a list. I've got 20 speakers that have been signed up, so we got a long process. So we're going to start with the signed up speakers first on yours. Okay? And the first speaker is Jennifer Carney.
Carrie.
Carrick.
Hi.
Okay.
Morning, Judge. I'm not going to address you this time. I'm going to address these people. I'm a disabled combat veteran. I live in the Mitchell Bend area. I've been dealing with this for the last several years. I have multiple sclerosis. I'm homebound. What you guys doing to us is psychological warfare. I've been through 2 combat zones. That's what you're doing to us. And now, my entire livelihood is in my property. When you guys build, my property value will tank. I will not find a buyer for my property. Not to mention that I finally found my respite. It was supposed to be me sitting outside, breathing, decompress from combat, from everything else. My unit lost over 25 people to suicide after they returned. We have so many veterans living in those areas, that area, especially one of them who is fixing to commit suicide because he's living right next to Mara. And the Mexicans living next to them, they turn the music up so loud just to drown out the noise. And I understand you have this concept plan. You don't care about the impact. All you care is about your money. That's all you do. You don't care about the lives that you're impacting. Fred Teal's sitting in Florida sipping on a cocktail. BlackRock, Vanguard. It doesn't matter. We are people. These are the faces. These are the people right here that you're killing slowly. Yeah, the property's right next. There's a little road right there. Yeah, we saw the residential section. You guys are so casual about this. These are people who have lived here for generations. They're losing everything. Everything that they have built, including their sanities. I sit outside now with my dogs, my chickens, on my little 2 acres, on a house that I helped build and create, that I invited veterans to for their own respite for a while, that I no longer can do because it's no longer respite if they're sitting next to an airport or a factory. Day in, day out. You sleep with it. Sleep with the vibrations, sleep with the noise, sleep with everything, with the lights blinding you. You used to be able to see the stars here. Hear the crickets. That's gone. Already gone. Not to mention our property value. All our money, everything that we have, gone. Poof. You're sitting here, oh, concept plans, and look, we're not impacting your water that much. Oh, we're not impacting your power that much. We have all these little concept plans. You don't care at all. You don't care. Why? Because you're going to go home, you're going to submit your concept plans, you're still going to get approved. Because just as you stood here, well, the county, they have that regulation, and this is the only thing that I have to do. Well, the state has this regulation, and that's the only thing that I have to abide by. Who cares about the people that live there? We're numbers, right? Casualties. Sacrificial lambs. Lambs to the slaughter. Why not? Why? Because we don't have trillions of dollars, billions of dollars. Not like you. You can fight us in court for ages over everything. Take the last bit of the money that we have, the last bit of sanity, the last bit of fight. But the livelihoods that you are taking are senior citizens, veterans, moms, children. That's who you're killing. All of it. You're killing a county. You and all the rest of y'all. That's what you're doing. And why? Because it's convenient. Convenience. Does it buy you happiness? Are you happy? Do you sleep good? Next million in the bank when you can go to Cabo, fly privately, make you happy? Sleep at night? I'm a combat veteran. You are taking this from me. That's all I got.
Speaker is Brian Glenn. It hadn't started yet.
No place in this plan where it says that. Good morning. Red-yellow concept plan, application drawings, and traffic summaries have many issues. Worst is the incursion, 600 yards into the Brazos Water Quality District. Also is the disturbance within a half a mile of the Nubbin Cemetery, a historical monument, landmark. Seeking denial in this court would be destined to fail, so I'm just going to recommend the following. Number one, use the conditionals levied on Comanche Circle, Fort Spunky spectrum plans, and two, levy other conditions to address red-yellow issues I'm going to cover here. Now, I can go at great length of the dozen items I found on section 4.2D checklist that they did not cover. We'll start with the simplest one. Existing topology is shown. The finished topology is what's implied that we need. That's unresponsive. Site layout obfuscation by separate plans appears to be one-phase project, thus insufficient detail on delineation of areas to be constructed in phases. That's number 17. 50% building coverage and density to ensure the proposed use does not generate wastewater greater than can be accommodated. These address the intent of the 50% impervious layer runoff. Drainage flow rates shown on the drawings there's no context or analysis in those. There's no public facilities shown. They're unresponsive on that. It ignores the development rules, Article 6. Cooling water, covering water and road-related items. Using existing runoff features as well as limited preserved open space, they're not allowing for significant natural features that preserve water quality. That's 5.4E. Co-opting these features for wastewater and detention pond discharge into the Brazos. Buffer space, 135 acres, totally inadequate for the whole project, which, includes maybe, I don't know, future will follow 3. I don't see that. Setbacks for adjacent land buffer is insufficient, does not address the intent of the regulations. Traffic impact analysis is insufficient. It uses estimated traffic. It's an estimated traffic summary. It uses cookbook numbers. They're not real. They're not combined red and yellow and without any analysis. Plans lack detail on wastewater, sewage, detention ponds, a drainage study, and water, volume, usage, whatever. Spacing of the 2 wells, both they violate Upper Trinity rules. These plans presented separately obscure the phases of the total project, including red, yellow, and changes to Wolf Hollow 1, 2, and maybe 3. Wolf Hollow developers installed mobile data centers with noisy electric cooling fans. Old satellite pictures in the red plan, well, I won't go into this because it's all been disclosed now. It's not in the plan. This is a good photograph here. Scroll over a little bit, and I'll run out of time here. You'll see that they don't show Wolf Hollow 2. They show it as just dirt. Then they show in their traffic study all the neighborhoods. So if you look, you see sheet C302. Obscured is the removal of 232 air-cooled mobile data centers. I found that out in Google Maps. Relocating 184 down to east of Wolf Hollow 1. That's in red sheet CO2, C201. And the remaining down across from the Nubbin Cemetery. That's in yellow sheet C201, which also shows all the proposed installations within a half mile of the cemetery. Disturbances of this historical landmark will be of concern to the state. The court must approve existing conditionals and establish new ones on these. You must include the entirety of the project, red, yellow, Wolf Hollow. It obviously is. This court can both approve, use the conditionals, and force developers to submit a full and complete phased plan as regulations direct that includes Wolf Hollows. This court can also move to request lowering the proposed 65 dBA fence line noise to 60 dBA daytime, 40 dBA nighttime, as I presented to this court on November 12th last year. Relocating the noise producers of Mitchell Bend won't reduce the noise, just move it elsewhere. To take a court, to Nubbin Cemetery, adding insult to injury. These folks should get at least a small reprieve from the incessant noise they've been and still are subjected to. This is an opportunity to ban use of air-cooled data centers to help correct the noise problem. Developers are going to be forced to do this anyway to meet their own self-imposed line sound limits. They're nowhere near the kind of sound levels that you would expect. This court opened up a Pandora's box to the invasion of data centers by approving both Wolf Hollows. It has been unable or unwilling to try to stem the tide of what they've unleashed to the residents of Hood County. Perhaps some of this can be put back in Pandora's box. Thank you.
The next speaker is Steve Walker.
Yeah, good morning. To that veteran, thank you. Appreciate it. My background basically is I was an environmental consultant. I'm retired one-star general from the Army. When the wars kicked off, I left my environmental consulting practice and went to fight the wars. So thank you. My specialty was noise. My job was to shepherd projects for municipal clients, states, regional governments, airports through the environmental process. So I have some background in land use and getting those projects to completion. I'm here for the noise, but along with that, I'll just read you a list here. Texas fawn's foot, Texas snapping turtle, brocaded twist flower, Brazos heel splitter, Brazos water snake, Jollyville plateau salamander, Salado Creek salamander, Georgetown salamander, small eye and sharp nose shiner, I guess that's two, golden cheek warbler, Navasota ladder tress, that's a flower, Houston toad, and the Balcones spike. Those are all threatened and endangered species. You can count 13 or 14 depending on the fish. Two of those are in the basin here that we know of. We don't know where the other ones are. I don't know. Some of them are down in Houston area. Some are at the northern end of the watershed. So my point with that is to proceed with it without endangered species assessment and some sort of mitigation if necessary to move their project forward would be a party foul, I think, in moving any of these data centers forward in this precious basin here, especially when we're, what, 600 meters, 600 feet from the watershed. Regarding noise, there's a lot of data out there on noise. I've read the HGC report, and I see my good friends Kenley Horn had a letter here. I've read the HGC report on noise. I don't have much to say from what they reported in that 2024 report on the Marathon Center. I can say that I did do some modeling last night with the required Texas law for 85 dB machines. And they, of course, noise is additive logarithmically. So adding two 85 dB machines does not get you the double that. It gets you some version of that. And if you put 6 in there, you're up around, I think, 83 dBs total. I'm sorry, 93 dBs total. And then what I'm going to get to next is the DNL, the day-night level. The day-night level of that is well above the HUD standards. HUD, Housing Urban Development, EPA, two people who monitor noise. The EPA's main purpose is for basically the science behind it. I'm just a noise expert here. But the EPA is concerned mainly with occupational health and wearing of hearing protection and isolating the worker from noise. So they use an equivalency level for most workers. However, HUD has signed on to that, and also the EPA uses a day-night level. It's a weighted average, more or less, with 10 decibels added for night. That is a standard for HUD. That is a standard for the FAA for relocating, buying, insulating homes. And their measures are to develop a DNL with exposures over a 24-hour period to develop a 55 and a 65 noise curve. And generally, if you're outside of those curves, so the noise is less. If you're inside of those curves, the noise is more. An example would be the Dallas-Fort Worth departure in runway. It has a noise level DNL is probably around the 90s or 100s day-night level. So they would essentially, if houses are in that area, they would insulate, they would buy the land, they would do something to make that landowner whole because of the noise. They require things of the developer or the airport to make the noise less on the individual. Outside of that, HUD and FAA had to develop a baseline, so they threw down a line that says 65 day-night level is it, and that's where we're going to spend money. So it's important enough for the government, federal government, to spend money at noise levels. I think it's important that the county develop some sort of noise standard as you move forward with these projects and into the development standards that you're going to talk about this afternoon. My experience with noise, I've actually integrated noise modeler. Like I said, I was an environmental consultant, and then I also spent my life around noise, and because of that, I have disabilities related to noise, loss of hearing, and some psychological issues. So I am a test case for what can happen with long exposures to loud noises, you know, in wartime environments, peacetime environments, and work environments. So I urge you to consider developing a DNL standard for these data centers that are at least to the 55 DNL, as the previous speaker mentioned. I think that's enough to get the projects built and keep the residents in these rural areas relatively safe from noise. There is a story I've got. Orlando International, we insulated homes in Orlando, Florida, inside the noise curves. And then as soon as spring came, the windows opened and all that work was undone. So 55 DNL, the lower you can keep that noise and requirements of the noise coming off the site, better for the residents. So I have further comments on the other projects. Sure.
That 55 DNL, that's a day-night level?
That's actually the nighttime level.
Okay.
It's the 65 DNL basically that's weighted an additional dBA. So another 10 dB penalty, basically, and that's the nighttime standard for noise. Okay. Yeah.
I think you just did this, but could you say it again? What's the difference between dB and DNL?
Yeah. So dB is that measurement, right? There's decibels. The science behind it, you got A, B's, and C's. That we use an A, B, and C is. Nobody even talks about it, but dBA is a weighted, it's almost like mimicking or measuring the human ear. So we use a weighted dB to measure these sounds. So bang on a table, you get a dB. A DNL is an averaging of that noise over time. Let's say a standard day condition, 10 temperature, humidity, all the things that affect that pressure sound wave, measured over a 24-hour period. So you get an average, more or less, not really, but more or less an average noise level coming off of a noise generator. And that's the day-night, the DNL, also called an LDN, which is different from that level equivalent, which could be a one-time hammer on a rock compressed into a shorter time span, and it averages that one-time shock over however many seconds you want to measure, and that's what the EPA uses for wear and hear protection. The good news about the LEQ, the one-time shock measured over a longer period, is you can isolate the worker. DNL, you can't isolate the resident.
Okay, so I think that was where I was going, is a lot of the, for example, the Texas Penal Code, the 85, is mainly for short periods of time or industrial exposure. It doesn't take into account someone being exposed to a certain level of sound 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Is that correct?
I'm not familiar with how they measure it or how they quantify it or why, but I did some modeling last night, and if you've got, you can develop a gas turbine to 85 dB. I think that's the law, right? Where do they measure that? I don't know. I know you can go to Love Field and stand behind a 737 from Southwest on takeoff, and you won't hear the jet engines. The minute you go off to the side, that's when you hear it. That's how the noise propagates. But I know I did some modeling last night on 85 dB single source, and basically you come out with a day-night, I did single source, a day-night level of 83 DNL, if you're talking about HUD standards. I did a 65 dB, which I think I heard one of the gas generators developed 65 dB at the source, we'll say. I modeled that, and it came out with a 70 DNL. I think I did 6 of those machines at 65 dBA, and I got a DNL level of 70.1, so outside the HUD standard, well outside. Then I modeled 6 85 dBA sources. The combined noise level coming off of that site, we'll call it, was 92 dBA. And then I got a day-night level of around 90 DNL. So you can see the more of these things you add, the louder they get.
So are you familiar with infrasound?
Infrasound? I'm not.
Okay. You mentioned the sound that is audible to the ear, but there's what we've learned over the last 3 years is that there's other sound called infrasound that you can't hear, but it still impacts your body as far as your...
Yeah, I've seen some of some doctors talk about that, some scarring on hearts and things like that, yeah. Not familiar with it, but I've heard things.
So what about your modeling is based on after completion? What are these data centers and the 65 decibels that's in these plans is based on after completion,
right.
What the ongoing noise level, how it would be maintained. What about during construction?
Yeah, I didn't model anything on that, but I would imagine there's probably a lot of one-time single event levels, a lot of LEQ measurement, which does have an impact on construction. I mean, for example, if you look at a single event dB of like 114, I don't know how loud the machinery is going to be during construction, but you're already at a 65 day-night level. When you get 10 of those events put together of around, if even less dB, say 100 or 104 decibels, you're already at 65 DNL. If you take 100 of those single events over a 24-hour period of around 94 dBA, so 94 dBA 100 times throughout the day, you're at a 65 DNL. So I hope that kind of put some context to it.
I think just from studying what's going on in other communities throughout Texas and in Michigan and Georgia and Virginia, the construction period, which is why I was asking the developers about this, is the construction period being 3 to 5 years. with the amount of truck traffic, construction work that's happening on site, the noise level, the light level, it's dust level, it's not a short period of time when you think
Yes,
about
ma'am.
3 to 5
And you know,
years.
the railroads and roads, I guess HUD also talks about railroads and roads construction and modeling noise. So there's some federal guidance there that's also worth looking at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so the feds don't regulate land, but it's up to local governments. So counties, municipalities have the authority, as far as I know generally, I don't know Texas law, but I'm pretty sure it's there, to set noise ordinance for nuisances, for one thing, but also for development, and what kind of a noise can occur throughout the county. So it more or less, I use the term zoning, but, you know, it's development regulations.
and the state does have the 85 decibel continuous sound, but we've butted that stump many times with this deal, and can't get any movement on that, any enforcement.
Yeah, I guess that would be a question for the county attorney and the county planner. How do we do it? But from what I know, I've seen counties across the countries do it. I mean, in Texas, you've got, mainly around airports, I mean, you've got Dallas does it, El Paso, San Antonio, Austin, Houston. So they develop around those noise curves to a noise level. I mean, HUD recommends going to 55, I think, for some communities, so.
Available to us under subchapter K when it comes to impacting the neighbors, which is part of subchapter K.
And I did notice too that in some of the, I know it's not part of the subject, but some of the conditional permits that were approved, they talked about noise on wildlife. Saw a rare white skunk this morning and had a black fox in my backyard. So other than those dangerous species, there's wildlife out there. But it didn't speak much to noise on humans. It did on wildlife and then generally noise in general. So I think, you know, if the county can look into, you know, establishing some sort of noise standard for these things, it would lessen the burden on the residents, like the good veteran here.
So it does talk about in our subchapter K, development subject to the concept plan will not adversely affect adjacent land uses. So.
Yeah, and that's key. I mean, when you do those studies, you hope you get the residents to actually weigh in and say what it is. And, you know, hopefully they know what's happening next door. So that there's that human factor involved with that permission, that sign off.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is John Highsmith.
Good morning. I'm John Highsmith, live in Pecan Plantation, and I haven't separated this into red versus yellow. It's all the same, and I really don't understand. That'd be one of the big questions. Why in the world do they have two separate projects? It's all in the same place. So, but I would like to point out items in the red and yellow kind of assortment of documents in the framework of section 231.221, items 3 and 4. And these items talk about the orderly development of the area and the watershed in states without adequate development regulations. The area and the watershed shall be developed in ways that endanger and interfere with the proper use of that area as a place of recreation to the detriment of the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. And the powers granted under this subchapter are for the purpose of promoting the public health, safety, peace, morals, and general welfare. So that's just the framework. So I'd like to address specifically the construction phase, because this is one that I've noticed the developers typically deflect on. They don't like to really give us that much information. And today we learned this could go on for a year. It will go on for years. So we need to know, is yellow built first and then red, or red first and then yellow, or both simultaneously? That seems like an easy question to answer to me. How many workers will be on the site per day? You've asked the question, but I don't think you got a real answer on that. What are the hours of construction? In other words, does it start at 7 in the morning, 6 in the morning? When does it start? When does it end? Does it end? Do they go into the night? Those are some of the big questions for the residents of the area. And what days of the week is the construction? Is it 5 days a week, 7 days a week, 6 days a week? What is the total time of construction? We got some idea, 3 to 5 years. That seems pretty wide to me. When does it start? When does it end? And again, the big question is red and yellow. We don't really care which one it is. We want to know for the total, what's the answer? Who directs traffic? Where do workers park their vehicles? And I would note that even a shopping center development has this kind of information. How many vehicles will there be? Where will the workers sleep? Now, this is the big one. Hotels, rent houses, Airbnbs, RV parks, tents. Where are you going to put all these people? First, how many of them are there, and where are you going to put them? Will workers be vetted in terms of background and criminal history? Will workers be U.S. citizens? Who's checking? Will workers be trained in proper safety procedures? Or safety manuals, will they be in place? Will the developer give assurance that worker vehicles be inspected for current registration, inspection, insurance, et cetera? In other words, we're really getting kind of an invasion of people to the county. So I think these are some critical questions. What systems will be in place to safeguard residents and tourists? What will noise levels be from the construction? And we've already seen the Mara and Constellation that they have a total disregard for the hardships noise creates for residents. And I have a big question we learned today. Okay, they're going to move the Bitcoin mining operation, and now it's going to be quiet. Well, why couldn't it have been quiet 3 years ago? This is just an absurdity. What kind of lighting will there be? Will the lights ever go off? Will developers of red and yellow coordinate with other data center developers so as not to overwhelm Hood County? We're talking about all these different projects coming on in the same time frame. How in the world will that work? How will developers of red and yellow coordinate for the county road use plan? And we're going to have road construction on top of that. The reason this information is necessary is as follows. Now, how can there be tourism, and that's in the guidelines, if there are no places to stay for tourists? The two don't go together. This massive project will interfere with the proper use of Hood County for recreation that is stated in 231. My concern is that places to stay will be taken up by workers of red and yellow for years. We just heard years. When construction workers are finally gone, so will the tourism business. My sense is that developers have not even thought about anything I've presented today. And my take on it is that they really just don't care. It's just not that big a deal. I ask this court to reject this assortment of documents, and demand developers have a real plan, especially for this construction phase. Thank you.
Cindy Highsmith.
I kind of don't want to go after that, but okay. My name's Cindy Highsmith, and I live in Pecan Plantation. So at present, there are 6 data centers proposed in Hood County. Sailfish, Pacifico Energy, and Project Spectrum have presented to this court. And now the 4th and 5th, Project Red and Project Yellow, are presenting concept plans today. In the last two court sessions, the majority of the court have asked us folks out here to focus in on subchapter K regulations. So that's what I'm going to attempt to do today. So my husband, he just read 231, 221, 3 and 4, and I'm just going to go over them quick. So orderly development of the area, orderly, and the watershed, and this concerns the whole state. And without adequate development regulations, that whole area, all of Hood County and the watershed will be developed in ways that endanger and interfere with the proper use of the area for a place for recreation to the detriment of our health, safety, morals, and general welfare. John already said all that. But it's worth saying again. So according to Mayor Jarrett, work's going to begin on 377 in November. And the folks in this county, we all voted in November for 9 road projects, one of them being Mitchell Bend. Mitchell Bend is just a little, it's a county road. It doesn't even have shoulders on it. And, you know, it's 2-lane. And then there's going to be another major project, and that's going to be redoing 144. And where they meet, you know, and I know that Commissioner Samuelson has asked them to put a traffic light there because there's constantly, and I go to church that way, and I know there's constantly wrecks there at Mitchell Bend and 144. You know, there's just innumerable accidents, and now we're going to have project. We already have a construction project on Mitchell Bend because we've got Wolf Hollow 3 being, you know, constructed right now. So how are we going to have all these projects, these road projects, 377, Wolf Hollow 3, extension? I mean, this just doesn't make any sense. I think right there, these projects should be turned down summarily just for the issue of safety. I think another important thing to talk about is health, morals, and general welfare of these two projects. So it appears that Bitcoin mining containers are going to be moved, but there is no for years, we've been asking that the noise be abated, and that noise is hovering about 85 dB. Sometimes they're measuring out there above that. There's nothing in the plans for soundproofing those containers. So when you add 65 dB for red, 65 dB, that's what they say for yellow, and then you add these Bitcoin mines, which are going to be in red and yellow, when you put all that together, the sound expert just talked about it. I've heard my husband talk about it as sound being logarithmic. It's not that you have 65, 65 and it's going to be 65, or you have 65, 65 and it's going to be 85. It's not going to be that. And these people have been tortured, really tortured for 3 years, and I don't see how adding 2 more projects out there with more sound, and I'm not even going to start in because I know there's people out here that are experts on going to really talk about water and the watershed, but I just want to say, how in the world can we have out there 3 power plants? We have 2 Bitcoin mines, and we're going to have 2 different areas of Bitcoin mines, and now we're going to have Project Yellow and Project Red. To me, when Matt Long held up that sign and it said, "This is insane," this is really insane. So, in closing, what I want to say to you, and everybody knows this out here because you live in Hood County, red and yellow kills a fellow. That's the eastern coral snake.
The next speaker is Sherry Shaw.
I don't know if that was I don't know if that was an unfortunate choice of colors, but that was the exact first thing I thought of when I saw those two projects.
Well, my name is Sherry Shaw, and I live here in Hood County. I do not live in Mitchell Bend, but I have a lot of friends who do, so I'm there a lot, and I have seen the torture that they've gone through the last 3 years. It's very concerning to me. It's very scary to me to have 2 more data centers come into our small little county. I'm worried to death about our water shortage. I urge you to do whatever it takes to protect these people and to protect our county. Please listen to the commissioner who is over the people in the Mitchell Bend area, because I truly think she cares and she's worried about their safety. I'm also extremely worried about everybody in Hood County. If 20 years from now, we're going to have any water. I'm scared to death of that. And I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. People continue, the commissioners, the governor, the senators, and the House of Representatives in this state, they are going to turn this county, this state blue if you people don't stand up more. And that scares me to death, too. That's all I got to say.
The next speaker is Cheryl Shadden.
I'm Cheryl Shadden. I'm here to talk to you about receipts. I live right across the street from where you guys want to come. You've driven around the area 3 times. I don't think you've knocked on my door. I don't think you've talked to me. I am impacted horrendously by Marathon Digital and Constellation Energy. Let's talk about the receipts from Marathon and Constellation Energy. I myself, John Highsmith, Lori Walston, met with the executives at Constellation Energy. So did Commissioner Andrews, Commissioner Samuelson, Commissioner Chip Jocelyn in Somerville County, and former Mayor Dee Conrad in Glen Rose. We all met with Constellation Energy. We discussed the industrialization of my area and the monstrous impact from not just Constellation Energy, but from their renter, Marathon Digital. So apparently you're going to be the next renter on the street corner. What came of that? That would be nothing. So Constellation Energy is fully aware of the impact. My area has been subjected to valve blow incidents lasting up to 3 days. When I say valve blow incident, I mean explosive. I mean they shake my windows, they wake us up from sleeping, they scare the hell out of our livestock and our animals. My home is so impacted, my life is impacted. I hear the noise from that entire complex inside of my home. I don't sleep at night. I have lost 3 years of sleep. And then you start talking about the construction problems. When Wolf Hollow 2 came, there is absolutely no buffer zone there at all. I'm right across the street. Massive clouds of dust, massive traffic. Traffic would come into the plant when they were building it, stacking up 2 cars deep, coming towards my home. I couldn't even get out of my road to go to work. Pulling out onto 144, I couldn't even pull out on 144, either direction, to go to work in the morning because of the monstrous traffic problems. Was there any mitigation? No, absolutely not. Massive dust clouds. My neighbors across the street have respiratory problems. Starting then to this day, there was nothing controlling the dust. You're talking about moving Marathon back to the back of that facility. That noise in that facility, because those fans are on top of those containers, emanates 10 miles surrounding that entire complex. Down into Somerville County, into Pecan Plantation, certainly over at my house. I invite you to come over at my house in the morning before the sun comes up and experience what I have to live with. I want you to sit there in lawn chairs with me for a couple of hours in the morning and see what I live through. My animals live through. Talk about impacting my life. I can't go outside. My neighbors don't come over. My friends don't come over. My family doesn't come over anymore. I've lost every bit of my property value. I've lost every bit of my sanity. You have not done anything, nor your landlords, to control the problem there. The massive fans that are underneath Wolf Hollow 2 blast noise 24/7, adding to Marathon's noise that blasts 24/7 to my home, my neighbor's home, Jennifer's home, everywhere. Nothing has done any good there. That wall that's up in front of Marathon, there's multiple gaps in it. That allows megaphoning of all of that noise, north, south, east, west. It doesn't control any noise. That noise goes right over the top of that fence. The little tiny fence on the east side next to Weems Estates, because those people are poor, nobody gives a shit about them. Nobody has done anything to help the people that live there. Just because they have no money, no income, doesn't mean they aren't people and they shouldn't be treated with some caring and concern. So your industry as a whole has fallen down. Your landlord that you're going to have has fallen down. Now you're looking at all of the combined noise and building from Project Red, Project Yellow, Wolf Hollow 3 being built. And we've offered to mitigate and mediate with Constellation Energy and with Marathon. As a matter of fact, Judge Massengill met with Senator Birdwell with Marathon Digital. The narrative was set. There's nothing we can do. Our hands are tied. And so that's what's happened. They had a phase plan. Did that work out? No, it didn't work out. So the noise right next to the wall may not be anything. Come sit in my backyard. Come sit in my backyard. Topographically, it's at the same level that Marathon Digital's wall is at. I am bombarded 24/7. Come deal with that. Come talk to the residents. You haven't talked to any of us. I know that for a fact. Where's the receipt?
Matt Long.
Well, I want to thank the Star Wars boys for showing up. That's very exciting. Unfortunately, I didn't see anyone here from Mara, which again is unfortunate because I was going to give them a Worst Neighbor in Hood County Award. This is presented by Matt Long on March 4th, 2026. Thinking maybe Cheryl, if you'd accept this on their behalf.
I'll take it. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, Baird, Hampton, and Brown, based in Fort Worth, congrats on getting involved in such a worthwhile cause here. I noticed, I heard on-site generation for backup power only, and I was trying not to laugh back there because we've heard that many times. How far are you guys planning on moving the Bitcoin stuff? Was there a measurement there? Was it 500 feet? The reason I ask is I can hear it 4 miles away in my backyard, so I have a feeling we're not moving it any distance of any significance. The reason I came up to speak on both Project Red and Project Yellow, so maybe I'm addressing Project Orange here. On page 1 of both projects, it talks about these projects not being in a water quality district. And if you look at our definition of what a primary water quality district is, that's true, which is a half mile from the Brazos, and you can see that they've put that measurement on there, 2,640 feet. The problem is our regulations still refer to our district map in section 5.1C, which says the boundaries of each district shall be located in an official land use district map that is maintained in the offices of the Director of Development. And when you go to our district map, it specifically says that there is a secondary water quality district boundary within 1 mile of the Brazos River, which means that both of these projects are located in a water quality district. And based on that, I would recommend rejecting it because they're not in compliance based on their water and wastewater systems, which is specifically why those notes on page 1 on their cover sheet say project is not located within a water quality district. They then go talk about water source and sanitary sewer source, stating that they're using those facilities because they're not in a water quality district. So to me, this brings up two things. One, we obviously need updated regulations so that these things work together. And I know we're working on that. And then two, I believe that this plan should be rejected. I know we sometimes approve things with conditions, but in my mind, that is for a concept plan that is in compliance with the current checklist. This one is not, so I recommend that we reject this one. Thanks.
He stated that the map would be. He stated that the map would be held by the Director of Development. The map is held by the Director of Development. It's on the board at the wall that you can't get a copy of. And in 2005, when they erased the secondary water quality district, all they did was take a pencil and scratch it out on the map. I'm not sure where this came from because the one on the website, I took a picture of it with my phone. It should show it scratched out.
Yeah, this is from the website.
When they changed the website, they must have took down the picture that I took with the phone because you can't make a copy of the one on the board.
Well, the only one that's publicly available to the people that are doing development in the county states that we have a secondary water quality district within 1 mile of the Brazos. I'm not saying that.
Well, every one of those districts, besides the secondary water quality district, are described in the section 1 of the development permit regulations, except secondary water quality district, which was removed in 2005.
And do you have the minutes from that where it shows that it was removed?
I have a book at the office that shows every revision that's been done that I know of. Now, the 2005 was way before my time. The county clerk might be able to have those minutes. If they're anything like the minutes before this current county clerk, they're probably very vague and just show the vote.
And to respond to that, I would say that, again, another reason to work on our regulations, get them updated, but also the way that the regulations are currently written, they don't refer to a primary, they don't refer to a secondary, they don't make any mention of the fact that a secondary was done away with, and that the publicly available map that's not hanging on the wall in an office does describe a secondary water district 1 mile from the Brazos. Thanks.
And did you see?
The next speaker is Mac Bennett. Okay. The next speaker is Robin Sutherland. Robin.
Hello, my name is Robin Sutherland. I didn't know I had to come up here for only one topic or the other, so I'm doing both red and yellow.
We will have a hearing after this for yellow.
Okay. So my main four concerns, I live in Pecan Plantation, by the way. I'm just a concerned citizen, so I don't have any background. But the water, being in a watershed, all of Hood County being in a watershed district, my understanding is that even though, reading the concept plans, they're using that closed loop cooling system. And I understand that that's still a very highly toxic water that goes through there with this glycol. And they occasionally have to release and refill that water, or that solution, if you want to call it that. So my thinking is that there's no way to avoid impacting the watershed of Hood County. They have to put that water somewhere, and they're shipping it out somewhere. I don't know how that works. And basically the size of the buildings, just the data centers, I was focused on the data center buildings I could see on the concept plans. And they equate to, if you look at this project red, 3.6 of our Granbury Walmarts in that area. And yellow is 9.6 of our Granbury Walmarts. That's just the size of the data center buildings. This is huge industrial parks that we're talking about. So watershed, I think no matter what he says about the two residence things, I'm kind of concerned about the watershed of those highly toxic closed loop water. They don't use a high quantity of water like open loop, but they still have to do something with that. So that was my one concern, my first concern. I have 4 altogether. Noise, it's already been talked about. I just wanted to add to that low frequency infrasound. I know you were mentioning that, Nanette. I've been kind of studying and learning more about that. And I even, I was trying to find out, well, what are the ordinance here in Hood County? And I talked to the sheriff's office, and they can, when someone says, hey, it sounds really loud, can you come check this? They can go measure and document and share with you all. They can't issue any citations, so there's nothing they can do about it if someone breaks the rules. And I understand it's up to you all to do something if, you know, so my concern is,
I'm not sure that's exactly right.
Is that not right?
If it's above 85 decibels, they can, is the sheriff in here? He was in here early. Or Matt?
Okay.
Matt's here, right? No. Yeah, so if at the time it's measured, it's above the state law of 85 decibels, they can issue a citation.
Okay, well.
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's 500, but.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I was talking with Deputy Granado, so what he informed me was they can't issue anything, but whatever the rules are, my concern that I was trying to get to is they don't have any, they've never had a request to measure the infrasound, the low frequency waves. Since they've never been asked, they have never tried, they don't know, have any knowledge of it, or if their tools even can do that. So the infrasound is a health risk. We've already heard from an expert out here, and we have no way of measuring that we know of in Hood County. So that's one of my concerns. Number 3 was, it's already been talked about the traffic, roads and sounds, and I read in the concept plans that any damage done would have to be to the roads during construction. It didn't say landowner, project owner, I don't know who the owner is, but just want to make sure that it's not the citizens of Hood County, that the taxpayers aren't going to fund roads that would be broken by construction of these companies. And then my last one was fire or disaster response. It's my understanding everything here is voluntary fire department. So there's no dedicated. So if there's a big problem and there's also some residents is having a problem and they got to make a decision, you know, are we putting our citizens at risk with the current, how the fire departments work? And if we have to upgrade that to, you know, if these plans happen and we have to allow for that, then who funds that? Is that taxpayers to fund, you know, a better fire department? Anyway, those are my concerns. And one last comment, that these projects will destroy, not improve, our community. So please help us.
Sure.
The next speaker is Shannon Wolf.
Sheriff Deeds, a question just came up about, this previous speaker said they reached out to Deputy Granado, who said that if they measured sound over 85 decibels, that there was nothing they could do. They're able to issue citations, right, if it's over 85 decibels?
Yes, correct. Okay. At 85 decibels, at the complainant's address, then we can issue a citation.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up.
I'm Shannon Wolf, Republican Precinct Chair for 211, and we are discussing my precinct this morning. So you're deciding, or what you decide today directly impacts not only my neighbors and my friends, but my family. So keep that in mind as you are deliberating today. I want to talk a little bit about what I heard this morning. The gentleman who spoke first, I believe he labeled himself as the CEO. He didn't even know that Marathon didn't own that land. He was mistaken. He said the land that Marathon owned and Constellation owned. He didn't know that. He didn't know all of the things that were listed in that concept plan, because Nanette, you were asking him about all those LLCs. He was clueless, and yet he's the one who is leading this proposed development. There are so many questions he didn't know and he was mistaken on. So if that's the case, why not send him back to the drawing board and tell him to get his act together? Tell him he needs to get his facts straight before he comes to Hood County. Okay, thank you, Nanette. Those were amazing questions that you were asking him, and I appreciate that. But I want to talk more about Constellation right now, because he doesn't know, this team doesn't know. But if you will remember, Wolf Hollow 1 uses 1.5 million gallons of water a day. That's that gas power plant. De Cordova, 1.04 million gallons of water a day. I have no idea how much Wolf Hollow 2 uses, but I want to remind everybody that Wolf Hollow 2 was a peaker plant. They were running at about 66% capacity until Bitcoin moved in, Marathon, Mara, whatever you want to call them. When they moved in, then they were running at full capacity, and they petitioned TCEQ to build Wolf Hollow 3 as a peaker plant. That they haven't barely broken ground yet, and now here comes in 2 more data centers. Is that a coincidence? No, it was not. But we know that they said a peaker plant, which means that the regulations are much lower for them. But it's not going to be hard for them to tweak that permit to run at full capacity. Who is going to be powering these proposed data plants? Wolf Hollow 3. That is who. And so we know that we're, over 2.5 million gallons of water a day for 2 power plants. I don't know about Wolf Hollow 2. I have no idea. Maybe somebody can tell me. But now we have Wolf Hollow 3, and yes, they are going to be using millions of gallons of water a day. So when they say not a lot of water, that's not true. That is not true. Now, they also mentioned this closed loop system. Probably didn't say that right, but I was just reading an article that said, you know what, they use more water than you think they do. It's smoke and mirrors, folks. We need to find out. We have to preserve our water. We talk about that subchapter K, and it's focused on our water preservation, is it not? So we've got water problems here. They haven't answered that. This smoke and mirror business, I'm done with that. I have some other things to say, just really quickly. 211 is already in crisis. I've called it the sacrificial zone. You know I have. You've heard me talk about that, right? We have, my neighbors, my area has faced medical problems. Our property values have decreased. Somebody does need to tell HCAT about that, by the way. Property values have decreased here. People are suffering here, and bringing in 2 more data centers, unconscionable. It is up to you. This body here, this court here, is supposed to protect our health, our welfare. That is your primary responsibility. Protect us. And I'm putting this to you right now. Protect us. Do it now. This data center business in 211, talking about zoning, it's a well-known, I don't know what they called it. It was a zoning thing. Anybody who knows Hood County knows the county's not zoned. That's a lie. They don't know what they're talking about. I'm asking you to reject this, send them back to the drawing board, make them do their homework. Thank you.
Greg Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor and County Commissioners. Didn't write this down, but I was thinking about that daily sound level on Plan C2.02, Project Red, and I'll talk about yellow here in a few minutes. It says 65 decibels. I live 7.5 miles away from the current Bitcoin mine, and on a good night, about 3 o'clock in the morning, no AC running, I can measure anywhere between high 40s to low 50s. And, I just kind of propose, if we're going to charge Marathon Digital with a penalty, let's just calculate how many days they've been in operation and pay reparations to people of Mitchell Bend, because this is just ridiculous. My daughter's in 2nd grade, and she hates math. But I was looking at this, and I work in education. If we were to look at all of the plans for sound control, water, let's just be honest. If this was to be submitted as an assignment and you were a teacher, this would be a failing grade, just point blank. We're talking anywhere between 3 to 5 years just for Project Red. We haven't even gotten yellow. That's basically a get-out-of-jail-free card for the current Bitcoin mine that's going in operation, which I understand some people have investments in Bitcoin. I think it's just digital monopoly money. But, that's my own opinion there. But, literally, we're just saying we're going to allow the current operations to go for another 3 to 5 years. And that's even being relocated. We don't even have a good estimate at this point. So that means I'm still going to be hearing 7.5 miles away, the current Bitcoin mine in operation, Pecan Plantation, Mitchell Bend, even people down in Glen Rose that are not being represented here today can still hear the current Bitcoin mine. So if we look at the paradox here, it's without a requirement of full enclosure or even liquid immersion, we're basically just looking at this plan here today and thinking like, okay, it's basically just going to be business as usual, the same bad date we've been on for the past 3 years. And so as somebody who has ducks and chickens, I can tell you that I actually experienced personally the past several years a drop in egg production, which for those of us that have farm animals, you might, and I thought I was going crazy, to be honest. Last year we got 30 chicks and we got 15 ducklings, and probably 2 chickens actually made it and 3 ducklings. And they only made it until we moved them inside because we're like, something's going on. And then we started measuring the sound levels. For aviation, we could talk about this for more time than I have, but birds are super sensitive to sound levels, which is probably why we haven't seen bald eagles, the golden-cheeked warbler, anywhere near the current Bitcoin mine facility. Actually, if I understand, in January, prior to the winter storm, there was a bald eagle found in proximity to the current existing Bitcoin mine that was sick. No details came out on how it got sick, how it got injured. We just know a bald eagle, America's bird, was sick. And so, in talking to some of the vets, they speculate that, hey, it could have been the infrasound that we've been hearing and that we've been talking about. And Granbury used to be known as the greatest small town in America, but now if you talk to people on a national level, we're known as the Bitcoin mine town. And there have been so many studies on infrasound that have been coming out over the past 3 years that as somebody that's grown up as a musician, I can tell you, if you are on stage on a platform and you're hearing the bass rumblings, you feel it. And these are sound decibels that are so low impact to the physical ear, but yet there's nights where my wife can't sleep, I can't sleep, and we're 7.5 miles away, not only to mention all the health impacts for the residents of Mitchell Bend. And so as somebody who grew up in Houston, I can tell you that being next to power plants, being next to noise is miserable. I moved away from that to be here, to get away from that. It's like at 65 decibels, according to the current project plan, that's like having a vacuum cleaner on 24/7. I can tell you as someone who lived next to Highway 10 on an overpass, or next to the overpass, you can hear the highway noise 24/7 in Houston. I grew up next to that. I don't want to hear it any more than I already have, neither does anybody else. And so I relinquish my time. Just know that right now we do have Subchapter K, and currently we can start a new tradition in Hood County and put in zoning regulations or regulations on sound decibels. Thank you.
The next speaker is Bonnie Roby.
My name's Bonnie Roby, and I live in Precinct 2. I'm going to touch on a little of morals here today. Should putting your hand on a Bible and swearing an oath to follow laws derived by human beings without questioning be followed? Are they the supreme law of the land? I submit to you a law that stands greater than any human law, a law so powerful that even the Texas legislature has deemed it necessary to put this law in every classroom in the state of Texas. Breaking even one of God's 10 Commandment laws has profound eternal consequences, and these laws override any man-made law that goes contrary to this law. I was going to touch on more, but I'm only going to touch on 2 of these laws. Number 6, thou shalt not murder. I'm standing here today because of my friend and her husband that are dying. The financial cost of that their insurance companies won't cover for the hearing aids. They are dying. Her husband is now turning into dementia. They live right next door in Weems Estate. They are dying. And you have allowed these people to come in, and now we're standing here talking about more torture for these people and all these people around here. I don't normally do this kind of stuff. I'm a person that's quiet. I'm an introvert. But it's brought me out, watching them slowly die. The next one is number 8, thou shalt not steal. You have stolen the lives and the livelihoods and the properties, the animals, everything from these people. And now you're coming in again with more and more. Are you going to now continue to steal the way of life, the air, the water, the land, nature, and physical and mental health of everyone in the county? I say, please do not accept any more of these data centers. God asked you, I ask you, stand for what is truly right. No data centers, no Bitcoin. You cannot serve 2 masters. Today, choose whom you will serve, God or Satan. For me and my house, we will serve the Lord.
Andy Walford.
Morning, Commission. I've spoken in front of you before, and so you know me. You might have probably referred to me as the MIT guy. You guys don't know me. You'll get to know me in a minute. So, to the Commission, my name is Andy Wolford. To the Commission, I have chosen to use this time to ask you some questions. What is the power generation requirement for this data center? How large is it? Will they be using combined cycle gas turbine generators? What's the backup power composition? Are these diesel generators? How many? What's the capacity? For these 2 generation systems, what are the total emissions at maximum operation to the air? What would the emission load be, adding that to the existing sources and future potential data centers? Are we going to let TCEQ do their analysis of cumulative when we know in the public sector that's already come under fire as being inadequate? What sort of battery backup system exists for this proposed plant? Are they lithium batteries? One of the other speakers has asked about the adequacy of our fire department. What sort of extra training will the local fire departments need in order to respond to a lithium battery system fire? What are the water requirements for cooling both the machinery and the data halls? What's the source of that water? Ultimately, when we discharge that water, where's that going to go? What are the thermal impacts if that water is discharged into a body of water in Hood County? Drainage has been analyzed. It's been provided. I'm not going to speak on that. I would ask if it's adequate and defined correctly. Noise levels have been spoken about. There's an expert that came up and actually on a pro bono basis provided you with estimates of parametrically assumed noise generation rates, which were not provided in the application, just to give you an idea what it could be. Thank you for doing that. Someone's already asked about light pollution and contamination. What is that going to look like? And finally, what about traffic? We danced around that. Clearly the study doesn't address the maximum traffic loads. I was personally on a business trip to Pecos in 2018, working for one of the oil majors out there. It took me 20 minutes at a stopped T intersection to enter the freeway to go home from my hotel lobby, parking lot, because that's how long it took to get a break in the truck traffic out there. Next set of, well, let me just summarize. So, do you know the answers to those questions? Let me address the developer. Do you know the answers to those questions? If the answer is yes, you haven't provided them. This, I read, your application, looks a little light for a multi-billion-dollar project to me. If you don't know the answer, if that's the possibility, great business strategy. Don't invest anything in doing any engineering that's going to cost money until you guarantee that permit. Then your investors will line up. It'll be easy. And now I've got the opportunity as an engineer to address the engineers. I don't know your brand. I don't know, I haven't been to your website. I think I've got the founder here. Do you talk about being at best practices? So what I'm hearing here is absolute minimum compliance. You'll meet the minimum regs because they're required. Going above and beyond is what a good engineering firm does. Making suggestions for reducing risks, addressing all these things that are uncertain, pre-investing in being able to answer questions in an informed manner. So I would say if you want to maintain that, you've bragged about 10 gigawatts of power for data centers in your experience base. How many of those are operational?
How many data centers are operational for you?
They're all operational. And for how many years?
So you're not at the mic, so I'm going to just repeat what you said. So the question was how many
data centers are operational
that are
of these 10 gigawatts that they've
And he said
posted
all
about?
of them, but would you mind? Would you mind? Okay.
In my opening statements, I said the team has over 600 years of experience in data centers on 10 gigawatts of experience of projects that have all been delivered. That was my statement.
What does that mean? 600 years? What?
Yeah, collectively, of the team all put together, the 100 people who work on our team.
Okay, so the 10, I just want to make sure I'm getting the answer right. The question was how many data centers that are operational are 10 gigawatt or higher, I assume. Is that what you mean, Mr. Wolford?
I don't think that's what you said. I think you said you've constructed or
The
are in the
team
process
collectively,
of.
100 people, 600 years of experience across 10 gigawatts of projects that have all been built.
Oh, okay, so you're saying of all the projects added together, it's 10 gigawatts?
Of the team's collective experience, correct.
Okay,
Which, so a question comes up, are you aware of the number of proposed projects in Hood County and how many gigawatts that is?
I don't know the number of total gigawatts, but we're aware of all the projects that have been proposed.
Yeah. Could you guess it? Does it approach 10?
I don't think it would.
8?
It's very hard to speculate.
My comment is your enormous experience is about to inundate the county, that quantity of data centers.
Oh, so you're saying that the total experience of
this
this
firm
team?
is going to be reproduced right here in our county with all the applications.
Yes, okay. So some of the questions, I know you've expired your time, but I have questions for you.
Sure.
So so a couple of people were out of the room when you were asking your very pertinent questions at the beginning. Would you mind restating those questions, please?
Sure, and I will say, I'll comment on the power generation at the end of it, but, so I asked how many, for power generation, what are the power generation requirements to supply this data center?
And what's the answer to that? What's the answer to that, Clint? He needs the mic.
The expectation is this is using the infrastructure on the grid that's in place today.
That's convenient. I was actually going to comment on that.
So what is the power requirement for your data center? What is the power requirement to operate the Project Red, which is what we're talking about? What is the power requirement?
For Project Red, it's 300, ma'am.
300
megawatts
per
total.
But does that mean, I'm sorry, this is not my field, it's his field. Is that per day or per year or at any given time? It's a continuous feed of 300 megawatts?
No, that's the total capacity, ma'am.
Okay.
I know you said this morning, I learned a lot of new things today by your verbal presentation that, again, were not in here. So I was contemplating whether I should modify my question list, but I decided not to because regardless of whether organizationally you're responsible for introducing the new power generation requirements or not, it's still part of the package. Your project doesn't survive without electricity. And so, yes, I understand your organization isn't building new power generation, but it's still part of the impact to the county. And so another thing I did kind of want to touch on, I'm getting a little detailed here, but did I hear you say you're not planning on using any battery backups?
There will be a UPS system.
And they don't have batteries in them?
What he stated was that system. That's different than UPS. We will have UPS, but not that.
Okay. Because I couldn't imagine that
you
you would be
repeat that
willing to
again?
have a shutdown.
I'm trying to make sure this
without
is
backup.
all on the recording because a lot of people that aren't here today are going to want to listen to this. Would you please repeat what you said about the batteries?
The question earlier was, is there going to be a BESS system, so a battery system on site? There's not. Within the data center, there are UPS systems, which are batteries for a short period of time. And then you also asked about lithium ion. We do not use any lithium ion in our data centers.
In your UPS?
Correct.
There was a couple other questions you asked about power. So the power is going to be purchased from Constellation Energy, Wolf Hollow. Is that correct?
We are going to get power from the grid.
Could you please ask?
Yes, we stated earlier, he isn't read into the record.
Please let him answer the question. Go ahead.
Yes, we said it was coming from the grid.
Okay.
And from ERCOT, from the utility providers.
Okay, so does this project reach the level, I know that the legislature put in some requirements for mass users of energy that there had to be a, quote, down payment, bond or whatever.
There's a lot happening across the state with utility right now. We'll be following all the rules that are required of us. SB 6 came out, everything that's happening with the utility system.
Okay, so if you're using power from the grid, there's a requirement that you put in a bond, down payment, whatever that word is that the legislature required. Have you done that with the PUC? Or with ERCOT? I'm not sure who it had to go to. Sorry.
No, the deposits are made with ERCOT.
With ERCOT, okay. But you have not done that yet?
No.
Is that because you don't reach the level, or you just haven't gotten to that step yet?
We're still in the concept phase here, so just going through that process.
Okay, so you have not, and what is that, I'm sorry, what was that called, that you, is a payment of some kind that you have to submit to ERCOT? What, do you know what the name of that is?
I don't know the legal name under the system, but you're correct. You're correct in the general sense.
Okay.
Deposits, yes.
We can't hear you.
Oh, okay. He's saying that there's a, ERCOT, everyone knows about Winter Storm Uri, right? And after that, there was a lot of focus on grid and grid infrastructure. Then actually in the summer of 2025, Mr. Highsmith, is that when we went to the hearing? Was that 25 or 24? So we went to a hearing, yes, about the impacts of of the Winter Storm Uri on the grid. And there was, at that time, there was some known expectation that cryptocurrency and AI were going to double the needs of the grid by 2030. So due to that, this bill was introduced, and now there's a requirement. ERCOT is requiring for large consumers of energy to put down, for lack of better words, a down payment when they file their application. So that down payment was not the actual words used, but it was
deposits.
Deposit, but that is required of mass users of energy from the grid. So you have not gone through that process yet, or have you filed the application?
We will be going through that process.
Have you filed the application? Is that what you mean? You'll be going through the process, which means file the application?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have any other questions?
I have one more question for the engineering company. So I don't work in civil engineering, but generally speaking, the engineering process is from conceptual to issue for design. And the way I define those isn't with words, it's how accurate are you able to cost your project? Where are you right now, plus or minus what?
As far as cost?
To be able to provide this gentleman a cost of building this data center based on your engineering.
Well, as you said, every project goes through multiple phases of development.
Understand. And it's, and the uncertainty gets shrunk as you get
absolutely, as we finalize design. So the project inclusively to get to a bid document or a bid set that a general contractor will price includes not only civil, but also mechanical, electrical, plumbing, structural. You know, this is a massive project.
Right.
So what we've done so far to comply with Hood County's concept plan requirements is the overall project impact. So we've done the drainage studies, we've done the utility demand studies, and we've completed everything in compliance with the ordinance. We have not got to the point where we're cost estimating the project yet. That's the next phase.
Okay, and that, to me, that makes total sense from an engineer's point of view. But from the developer's point of view, I guess I would ask you, how do you know how much capital you're going to raise in order to build this project at this early phase?
I don't understand the relevance.
You've
of
made
that
a
right
commitment to ask these people to build this data center, but how do you know how much it's going to cost you?
now. Given our experience in the projects we have ongoing, we have a general understanding of what these things cost.
Okay. That's good enough for your investors.
Thank you.
I'm good. Thank you. I'm finished.
Next speaker is Jim Bell.
I do have a follow-up question on the power. So could you get the mic or come up to the microphone? So you mentioned you're going to be getting the power from the grid. The current leasee that's on the same property with Constellation Energy, they are directly tied to Constellation Energy and they have a private energy purchase agreement with Constellation Energy. That is not, you're saying that is not your business model. You're not planning on purchasing power directly behind the meter from Constellation.
Yeah, ultimately, I can only speak to what we're contemplating here. So,
And at the present time, you're not entering into a private behind-the-meter power sharing agreement with,
we can't talk about that right now, but that's our plan that we presented.
the plan you presented is to get power from the grid. Okay. Yes, thank you.
Ready?
Bill.
We good? Okay. I'm Jim Bell. I live in Water's Edge, Granbury, and I thank this honorable commission for allowing me to speak. You've done a marvelous job in the past running our financial affairs. You've got Hood County looking very good despite your dismal voting performance over this data center issue in the last few months. You fellows that made this proposal, I'm not going to ask your forgiveness for the way this community is reacting to you, but I would like you to try to understand one of the major reasons this community is upset about this influx of data centers here is because Marathon has been absolutely irresponsible, dishonest, and outright pushy about all of the wrong stuff. They claimed that they were going to go to liquid cooling. They lied. They said they weren't going to expand. They lied. They said they were going to reach out to the community. They lied. Everyone who lives near there is sick now. Cheryl, who was up here talking earlier, there was a time when she had 20 horses. Ask her how many horses she's got now. Everybody here is worried about water and power. Me, my main concern isn't water or power. It is a concern, but I worry about sound. And the only reason I worry about it is because I did a deep dive into it and I found out some things that I didn't know. But I have an answer for you about your 600 years of experience. There's 75 people here that have been attending commissioner's court for 3 years. Now we've got 23,400 hours worth of commissioner court experience. That's what I think of your 600 years statement. You may be upfront, you may be honest. We don't understand exactly how much water you need for your closed loop system. I would like to know, what guarantees can you give us to tell us exactly what kind of water consumption you're going to have? Do you know for this size of a plant? What kind of water consumption might you have? What guarantees do we have that you're going to stick to that? Because part of the reason we've got a bad taste in our mouth about Marathon is because they have not said one truthful thing to us since they got here. Not one. So naturally, we're prone to be distrustful. And when is this going to end? Now we got Project Red, we got Project Yellow. Sharks are circling around. This is an invasion. Every time we come to Commissioner's Court, there's another filing. There's another 2 filings. How much water do we have? These people are concerned about their ranches and their livestock or enjoying the lake. Those concerns may be ill-founded. And one of the commissioners here said he went on a tour and he stood on the roof and it was nice and quiet and they had a conversation. But did you see the meter that showed how much water they were consuming? Or did you notice how much power they're consuming? Wolf Hollow has been running at full capacity because of the Bitcoin, which is constantly expanding. And they have valves the size of my truck that have been exploding. They go off like bombs. Danny Lakey, who lives farther away than Cheryl Shadden has brand new windows in his house. Every window facing Wolf Hollow leaks because of these exploding valves. And you're coming in here for a data center that's going to consume massive amounts of energy, going to cause these plants to run at full capacity, and now we're going to face this again. So I ask you, forget about this stuff.
The next speaker is Donna Kelleher.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Judge Massengill and citizens of Hood County. Ms. Leftwich, we really need to look at that district development map, please, if you don't mind. So now, Clint, you've been in these meetings with us a long time, and I can't even imagine the onslaught of proposals, projects, a department of, how many people are in your department?
Me.
You and
Me.
just yourself. Okay, so how many square feet of data development, data center power plant development are you dealing with?
On the concept plan level, we don't get to square, I mean, they have it on there, but they add them all up on all the different projects. They haven't not done that.
Okay, so about 135 million square feet of impervious coverage, about 8,000 acres. Okay, power plants. All right, now I want to go back to this map. And also want to go back to the fact that this map is an inherent piece of the strategic plan. So for you engineers and you developers, you might as well go back to the drawing board because you missed it. You completely missed it. Go back to page 1 of what they've said. Also, before you go, if you don't mind, we have a road corridor district boundary. We have a secondary water quality district within 1 mile of the Brazos. We have a primary water quality district within a ½ mile of the major creeks. So this goes with our strategic plan, and it goes with our flood control ordinance order, and it goes with our master thoroughfare plan, all of which you can find under the Development Commission Documents tab. So it's all public information, but you missed it because you go back to your first page of your submittal and you tell us that we don't have any zoning. Oh, there's no zoning for Project Red. Well, you're wrong. There is. And you happen to be in a water quality district. Now, go back to your cover sheet and you measured it out for us how far you were from the Brazos. What's it say there, like 2680? ½ mile? Funny, ½ mile. Well, 1 mile from the Brazos and a ½ mile from any tributary. Okay? Why do we worry about tributaries? Because this is a watershed. Go down to your, stop right about number 5. All right, what do you see there? You see topo lines. Now, if you can zoom in on those, we can actually read the fall. But I know that in that area, you typically go from about 822 down to 750. We are a watershed community. You said you were following all state laws. You may not have known that there's an exception to unincorporated areas of counties. We are an exception. We were mandated and instructed to follow 231K for water quality because the water that we send downstream all the way to the Gulf of America is drinking water. It's drinking water. So we have to honor our water quality districts. Unfortunately for your project, you are in water quality districts. Now, Clint, you have the erased thing in your office, which I'm just now hearing about.
Before they changed the
2005.
website, the picture of the one in my office was on the wall. When the website changed, I don't know how it got to the one that's not scratched out.
Okay, well, whatever. Let's go talk about tributaries, okay? So when you go and you see a higher level plan on this, keep going out. I think it's on the next page there, all right? You see, anytime you look and you see tree lines in Texas, okay? Everybody, what's tree line mean? water. Okay? If those tree lines go down to the Brazos, what's inside that tree line? A tributary. Okay? So basically, all of Wolf Hollow, all of the Bitcoin plant, all of yellow, all of red is inside a water quality district. And I'm willing to go to court over that. You can't take somebody else's economic value. We hear that in the context of we can't take your economic value, but you can't take ours either. And you have to follow the laws at the state level, at the federal level, and don't even get me started on the Migratory Bird Treaty or the Endangered Species Act. We have 55 endangered, vulnerable, threatened species in Hood County. Have any awareness about that? Probably not. Okay, so my little birds, my little golden-cheeked warblers, I got it. You see this? My little cross? It's because God made all of this. You want to take it? You're going to have to fight us.
That's right. Thank you.
The next speaker is Annette French Bearden.
Okay, y'all hear me? Okay. I'm not much of a speaker, but Cheryl asked me to do this. I was going to do it last time. I've been to a few of these, but I'll start with my health. I've had cancer 5 different times. A lung, third of my upper lobe gone, 3 times colorectal, and 3 times cancer in my brain since Bitcoin. Don't tell me that Bitcoin, the noise and the vibration don't do something, you know, it does something to your DNA. This would not have happened. I was NED for a while, and then Bitcoin came a while, and then lung cancer, brain cancer.
Where do you live in proximity?
Excuse me?
Where do you live in proximity to?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just about within a mile of Bitcoin. And I used to run there all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, she says, oh, yeah, you're the one that runs. Yeah, I haven't ran. And so, well, I run. No, I don't no more. But not there. Don't want to lose my time here. So the noise, yes, it's horrendous. I've been to a bunch of the Bitcoin meetings, and it's just not noise, because I was just watching a YouTube. This guy, he was interviewing you. There's something that it doesn't go on the noise level, that it's the vibration.
Mm-hmm.
That does something to your health. That does to my whatever, and many other people with health problems, all real close around the vicinity of Bitcoin. And moving it, that's not going to do anything. What's going to do something if they figure out a better way not to make the noise, not to cool the fans? I mean, with technology, there are better ways. Like someone said the last meeting, the judge did, I think. He said in the 60s, they had all these big computers. Now, you can have it in your pocket, doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's with the moratorium. We need better technology. We don't need to keep on going, trying to beat the other guy, China, whatever. Drinking water. The recent tributaries. I mean, the river's real close. Then it goes to everybody else. Nature is going down. I can see a lot going down. And then my dog also, he died of cancer last year. Then I got another tumor right after that. Then I got another one. I don't talk too much. I don't go to things too much. Like in November, I was going through radiation treatments, so I couldn't even vote. Mentally, it was hard. Like I said, I'm not good at speaking. I just have a lot on my mind. Better technology. And then Bitcoin said liquid cooling. I don't know what happened to him, but that's it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nikki Sepchak.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Nikki Sopchak. I live in District 2. I had a big presentation prepared to talk about the traffic impact studies, and then I had my husband review it, and he looked through and he said all these applications said that they don't meet the 500 trips per day requirement. But I've sat through all these hearings, and I've heard them say they're going to have up to 2,000 workers during the 5-year construction period, which is essentially way more than the threshold for the 500 trips per day. My concern is, who is reviewing the claims, the numbers that are being given to you for these, and who is reviewing the cumulative impact? If we have 6 data centers with 2,000 people working at them, that's 12,000 more cars on county roads.
I think you're underestimating. It's more like,
Well, I am, probably, yeah. But concept plan is the point at which you collect the data that you need to make the decisions. I don't think we have adequate infrastructure in our roadway network to serve even one of these. My concern is also, how are the emergency evacuation routes going to be impacted by these construction things? It's your guys' responsibility to take care of this at this point and say, you know, either it's just the roadway network's not there to serve your project. The level of service within a 1-mile radius of each of these projects needs to be evaluated based on not only the traffic that's already there, but the traffic that's being added, the temporary 5 years of construction traffic, and the traffic cumulative effect of 6 different projects hitting those roads. If you don't address that now, it's going to fall on the taxpayers to pay for the repair and the enlargement of these roads as necessary. Let's see, what else did I have? Yeah, I'm concerned about the impact it's going to have on just evacuation, emergency services, all of that. And I am concerned about the conditional approvals. Who is reviewing to make sure that those conditions are being met? Because you've approved things with the condition that they submit a traffic impact analysis. Well, the traffic impact analysis is supposed to guide you. You've got a selection of choices, what you can do based on the information that's provided in those traffic impact analysis. Are these going to come back to you? I don't see in your process the point at which those conditional required studies are going to come back to you for review and decision. That study is supposed to guide your decision on how you're going to address the deficits, if any, that are exposed by those studies. I'm concerned that those studies are going to come back. They're going to go across the desk of a staffer who's going to check the box, study came in, and that's going to be the end of it. I want reassurance that you have qualified engineers reviewing all of these, double checking the assessments that are given to you, and holding developers accountable for upgrading the roads as necessary so that the citizens of the county aren't on the hook for that. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jeff Sider.
I'm sure I and many others are here who would volunteer to do some of those reviews for you. There's several engineers here, I'm sure. Yes, I'm Jeff Sider. My family and I live between the river and the Bitcoin place. I've only been here about 6 years. It was before the Bitcoin came in. Had no idea that it was coming. Don't know that I would have moved here had it come. I moved out of the Metroplex after retiring from the fire department for 30 years, wanting to come to a quiet place. Obviously, I didn't get there. I do love these people that are here voting against or wanting against the Bitcoin. Oddly enough, I haven't heard anybody for it. Basically, one question I've got, I could rant and rave about all the water, but most people here that have already talked have done a good job of doing that. One quick question, can we not make this thing in a soundproof building? They're making enough money for this stuff.
The question for the engineers and the developers. Oh, you weren't listening?
He's not even listening.
You weren't listening? Oh.
Can this be in a soundproof building? I'm sorry, what?
Can it be in, would you ask him to, would you hand him the mic again, Clint?
The noise, can the noise be down to zero if you have this in a soundproof building?
Can that 6 or 8?
Are you talking about the Bitcoin or
No,
the data center?
The data center.
I'm talking about what you're about to put in here that right now and I can't believe whoever voted in this thing to go in right next to the neighborhood is ridiculous, because I'm a mile away and it's 70 decibels at my shop. And now you're wanting to get closer to me. The question is, can what you're about to build be put in a soundproof building?
The whole thing? I mean, ultimately,
the whole damn thing.
No, the concept plans clearly identify that we'll be complying with all the sound ordinances.
That's not what I'm asking.
But the whole thing inside? No.
Just the downside.
Okay, so the question, I think, how many buildings, I'm sorry, how many buildings Project Red is for? 3. 3. So each of those 3 buildings, can they be constructed to be soundproof? I guess the question is, can they and will you? I mean, theoretically, can they?
No, there's
no technology
soundproof data
available.
centers.
There's no technology available to soundproof those buildings. That's what I'm asking.
No, there's going to be sound attenuation as identified, and we're going to be using all state-of-the-art equipment to make it the least sound impact that we can, and we think that ultimately it will improve what is there today.
Okay, so is it your opinion that the technology is not available to
For a
make those
completely
buildings?
soundproof data center, no, or soundproof any building. Look, even homes have compressors and air conditioners.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're not 65 decibels 24/7.
Okay, you are almost right.
I'm sorry?
I just don't want you to run out of your time.
No, that's pretty much all I had was, it's like living next to a race car mechanic that has his car running all the time. Like Cheryl said, they're bad neighbors. If they would make this soundproof, we wouldn't be here. I'm not against development. I'm not against improvements, but the noise is ridiculous, especially for the neighbors right next to them. And I'm about a mile away, and I can hear it plain as day. And that's the other question: is there going to be a sound wall on the south side? No. Is he listening this time?
Yeah. So that, could you also come up to the mic, please?
Again, this development proceeds in stages, and a critical component of this project is the commitment to improve the noise levels from this campus. And as such, every piece of equipment, every piece of selection, and having a sound study completed is part of the process that we're anticipating. And again, the commitment is to improve the sound levels from this site, which includes both the data center and the Mara property. And if that's sound walls, it's sound walls. If it's berms, it berms. If it's system selection, it's system selection.
Would you, whoever approves this, and I know that we're wanting to say no, but it's going to get approved, would you make sure that there's a sound wall all the way around the place?
I mean, we
Please.
can ask them.
The sound wall, the sound wall may not be the right solution, is what I'm saying. The study will show what the right solution is.
It's the wall that was put up, the first wall that's on the Weems Estates side didn't help at all. I mean, I don't know if it was the construction material, the height of it, the fact that it's now ricocheting over the other way.
That's why I'm saying we don't want to have a conditional approval that says install a sound wall if sound wall is not the right solution. As the MAR equipment's being relocated, the equipment that's currently cooling it is being evaluated, and selections are going to be made to improve the noise levels.
There.
No, sir. No, sir, because again, this is
Yeah.
there's a process as development like this.
Hold on. Brian?
Yes.
Is his name Brian?
No,
Brian,
it's clearly in the plan.
Yeah. Let's let the person at the podium and the developer speak.
The other thing I had was, there was an election yesterday, and so far, these guys have not received any yeses. They've all received no's from us. So I think this is a democracy. It should be that if everybody says no, don't let them do it.
Mr. Snyder brings up the point I was making at the beginning, which is while your overview said that you're moving the Bitcoin containers away from people, you're actually moving them closer to other people. So it's not, there's, Mr. Chase lives back there, Jeff lives back there, other people that call me regularly live back there. So just keep that in mind, please.
Speaker is Carolyn Fanby. Is that on Meadow Road? Carolyn? Yes. How do you pronounce your last name? Oh, it's you. Okay. F-A-U-B-Y?
F-A-U-B-E-R. I do live on, I'm sorry. I live on Meadowwood Road in Precinct 2. I live half a mile from the proposed Project Patriot, and I live about 4 miles from the railroad, and so I'd like to speak to the noise. And so I've always heard the train in the middle of the night just a little bit, and lately, as all those huge gas pipes come in and they do their offloading in the middle of the night, and it just goes on and on and on, and it doesn't seem to stop. And it is really disconcerting to hear that in the middle of the night, because sound carries when everything else has died down. And you're used to hearing quiet at night, and now you hear this rumbling. So I really sympathize with the Mitchell Bend residents of having this 24/7. So anyway, I'd like to speak to item 5A1, approving the concept plan for Project Red Data Center. I think it is not appropriate to approve a concept plan for a project of this magnitude at this location, already suffering from excessive sound and light from the existing power plant in Bitcoin mine. Yesterday, the voters gave a clear mandate by electing candidates who want to modify existing Hood County laws to include low amplitude noise and excessive impervious cover, but they may not be in office yet. Thus, the rush to get plans grandfathered in, regardless of whether they are complete. Why does the court think that Bilateral Energy asked for the Knox Ranch to be annexed into the city? They obviously feared the power that you have in subchapter K, which applies here. I don't mean to disrespect the court, but I'm wearing a t-shirt from Blazing Saddles Bike Ride, which my organization volunteers at. I've heard that tourism is Granbury's #1 industry, and these cyclists probably stopped by a local restaurant after their ride. From the Toller breaking news in 2025, Use caution this morning as there are several hundred bicyclists riding around this morning for Blazing Saddles 75, benefiting Texas EMS. Hope they all have a safe and beautiful ride through Hood County. So what we do in the county does affect the city and our city taxes, sales tax, which we get a lot of revenue from. So it is a combination of city and county. I'd like to reference a great work this morning, a great piece of literature. It is a tragedy. I cannot read from it directly because the Copyright Act of 1790, signed by President George Washington, has evolved to fit the times. So I hope you all will buy a copy and read it to your grandchildren. My 3-year-old came to visit and she asked me to read this to her every night. The Lorax was written by Theodore Seuss Geisel in 1970. To summarize, the Onceler is driving through a beautiful unnamed valley. I suspect it is the Paluxy, and I think I can make out Florida license plates on his wagon. He sees an unguarded resource, a business opportunity, the truffle trees. He chops one down and makes a need. He finds a market and brings in the whole Onceler family, implied that they came from far away. Today, he would have formed an LLC, and he built factories, probably 6 or 8, in the valley. And what do? They smugger up the skies and convert the land's water into schloppity-schlop and gloppity-glop. Well, after Onceler Enterprises has ruined the land, then they packed up their 18-wheelers and travel trailers and moved on to the next unsuspecting, unregulated county. The story of the Lorax is a tragedy because the Lorax did not protect the brown barbaloots and the swimmy swans and the hummingfish. He failed to take appropriate action, and so the beautiful residents left. In 1999, the state legislature gave this Hood County Commissioners Court the right and responsibility to regulate huge humming, spewing power plants and battery storage and data centers. You are like the Uvalde policeman who took an oath to protect, yet for 77 minutes, 18-year-old Salvador Ramos fatally shot 19 students and 2 teachers while injuring 18 others. Ramos was killed, but it was too late for those 21 people. Similarly, it took the tragic shirtwaist factory fire to cause the city to enact some fire codes. Some claim that we cannot regulate in the county. It is the wild, wild west. Well, we do have county regulations, which have evolved with the times. I can't put a trash dump next to you, Mr. Andrews. And I can't just dig a hole anywhere and dump my sewage into it. There are restrictions to what I can burn on my private property because it can obviously damage my neighbor's private property rights. And I could go on and on. Can we coexist with data centers? Well, maybe. But first, let's see if they can satisfy the complaints of the Mitchell Bend residents before we approve another concept plan. So let's not apply 1870 laws to 2026 technology. Let's not approve these plans today before we have studied the issue and passed appropriate regulations. Thank you.
Christine, that's all the speakers that signed up, correct? Is there anything else? Any commissioner wish to say anything?
Questions specifically on the plan, but first, going back to the LLC, so the address is 801 Brickett Key Boulevard. That's on the plan. Is that what is that? An office building? It says it's a condo.
Good morning. Whoop. Is that on? My name's Tommy Mann. The address is 2728 North Harwood in Dallas. I'm land use counsel for Starwood. I didn't form this LLC, but got an email from the attorney who did, just to clarify, so.
It's Tommy Harwood,
Yeah,
H-A-R?
Harwood
Okay, and
Yeah,
you're
it was-
the attorney for,
for Starwood.
Okay.
Said National CRE Holdings LLC is a Delaware limited liability company that was formed in October of 2024. It is currently in good standing in the state of Delaware. It is a specially formed subsidiary entity of Marathon that will be, excuse me, of Starwood. Just misspoke. I'm sorry, of Starwood. And that's the relationship. So it's customary in real estate development projects to form special entities for the projects. It's done across all development types. Apologize if that was confusing. Hopefully that clears it up.
okay, what about the green, what's the other one? Sorry. Okay, so why is the address listed at a place in Florida?
They have to, when they register, they have to provide a registered agent and an address. I mean, I think that's all there is to that. The parent corporation is Starwood. That's the company behind it. They're the developer of the project. That's who you're hearing from today.
Okay, and that is, what about, okay, that's national. What about the Greenland Capital LLC?
Go ahead. I'll let Michael answer that one.
I'm Michael Langdon with Starwood Capital Group. Pleasure to be speaking to you. So Greenland Capital, they are the contract purchaser of the land for Project Yellow. So our entity is National CRE Holdings. We're the developer. We are on that application. Greenland is a part of the application as well as the contract holder for that land.
Okay. But they're both listed at that address in Florida.
Greenland?
Yeah, on the plan, it has both their names and then with one address.
I will need to look into the address of the Greenland entity.
I couldn't find anything about Greenland.
Yeah.
It's what?
I will need to look into the Greenland entity. It was formed by a different party to this transaction.
Okay, and you said, could you spell your last name, please?
Langdon, Langdon.
Okay. So one of the things that stuck out at me is that these cover sheets are exactly the same for Project Red and Project Yellow. Even on the yellow, it references red on there. So I'm not sure why that is, if you just copied it and submitted it for both without really taking into account any differences in the projects. But it makes me wonder about the validity, especially of the yellow, which we'll get to next, when the cover sheet is exactly the same as the one that was submitted for red. So,
Well, the checklist that we provided was to assist the county and the county's selected engineer with the process. That is a summary of the requirements by ordinance. And so they're the same because it's the same checklist.
well, no, but the information that's filled in, that's specific to each project, is
Okay, you would-
exactly the same.
Yeah, you would have to show me where the conflicts exist between the two.
Is that my job?
No. I don't believe that I don't believe that there's a. Let me rephrase. I don't believe that there's a conflict between the two.
Okay, well, when we get to yellow, I'll show you
Okay.
where the,
Okay, that'd be
where,
great.
where it still references red.
Okay.
Okay. So on red, couple questions. The water source, and yes, we have the Upper Trinity Groundwater Conservation District. Our Doug Shaw is here. If we have any questions for him, he's in the back. But in here it says, towards the bottom of the comments, it says, the proposal is to use discharge from adjacent power generating station treated on site. But then it says, but if this plan is not approved, The project will use its allotment of groundwater through the Upper Trinity Groundwater Conservation District via additional wells, but you don't currently have an allotment. So to me, you don't really have, this is speculative at best. You don't have a, you've submitted a concept plan with an insufficient water source.
Well, no, ma'am. Per Upper Trinity groundwater rules, and again, Doug can come speak to this, you are, as a landowner, you are provided an allotment of water based on the acreage that you control, the strata depth of the aquifer. So every landowner is entitled to groundwater.
Okay.
Yes, sir. For the record, Doug Shaw, General Manager at the Upper Trinity Groundwater Conservation District. Our rules outline a maximum allocation that a landowner could receive if they show the non-speculative demand. Our rules are very clear. It's the greater of that volume or the non-speculative demand. My board can choose to approve or deny a permit as they see fit, right? I mean, they're a governing body of a political subdivision of the state. That is their right. How that plays out if they deny a permit and they get sued, well, we'll see, right? Who knows how that goes in the courts. But there is not a guarantee, right? We outline in our rules how we allocate for these non-exempt permits. They still have to submit applications. They still have to go through notice and hearing. They still have to show the non-speculative demand, and then my board has to grant that permit, right? So he is correct in saying that we outline how we allocate water, but there is no guarantee, right? You still have to go through the very public process of attaining that permit. And as of right now, we have not received an application to drill a new well or a permit application from any data center in Hood County. So nobody has approached us. I've received a few phone calls, but nothing has been submitted to us from any of them.
And there's a public notice process.
Correct.
You're going to have a hearing.
Yes, sir.
And people are invited to that hearing. It's noticed as well.
Yes, sir.
And it's not a, excuse me, it's not a rubber stamp
no, sir.
walkthrough.
No, sir. The Chapter 36 of the Water Code is what we operate under, and it clearly outlines the process if someone wishes to contest a case. And if that happens, then there's other processes that have to happen. So yes, there is no rubber stamp. You have to go through, it's notice, hearing, and you have to show non-speculative demand, then it's a board decision.
So would you agree with me that if you say that if it's not approved, the current source is not approved, they project existing allotment of groundwater through the Upper Trinity Groundwater Conservation District, would you agree with me that that's speculative right now?
They do not have a permit.
I think that. Have to be requested by the owner, which is Constellation, correct? Could you step to the mic?
My question is, the owner of the property is Constellation, right? It's not these guys.
For red. Is that correct?
I was back there, and I had some questions, because I was looking, when I look at the appraisal district data for land ownership, currently, right now, I was looking earlier, it appears where y'all had highlighted on that property, it looks like that property is owned by Wolf Hollow 2, I believe. At least based on current, so that they would either, the applicant has to be the landowner, or we have to have some sort of agreement signed by the landowner authorizing someone else to apply on their behalf, right?
So do you have that agreement? Do you have an agreement to apply for a well through the Upper Trinity from the landowner at this point? Thank you.
And let me kind of walk through the reason why the county has the process that they have and how developers use it, because I think it's really important. The county outlines steps that are required for development. The first is a pre-submittal meeting, which we did. The second is a concept plan submittal. Having approvals from the authority having jurisdiction, in this case Hood County, is critical for decision-making and spending and budgeting of the next step of the process. So as you can imagine, there are a series of very valuable real estate transactions and other things that have significant financial impact. The reason why the county and the reason why we're following the county's process is because as we receive approvals, we have some level of guarantee, some level of commitment that the project can proceed. And you can't, and so there's a process that we're following that's embedded and encoded in the Hood County development rules, and that's the reason why this goes in a progression. So at this point, we are, based on the analysis that we've done, we believe we're going to have adequate water available at the site. As a part of the concept plan submittal, again, we believe we've met that threshold to allow us to move to the next step, which would be coordinating for actual permits, whether those permits are from the TCEQ, from Hood County, or from the Upper Trinity. So again, we're following a process that's embedded in your ordinance, and we're trying to track that as expenditures and planning develop over the next series of time. So again, concept plan really shouldn't be considered more than about 10% through the design, and that's the reason why there are subsequent steps in your ordinance that allow you to review and approve detailed engineering data. So no, we have not made submittal to the Upper Trinity yet, because that's not where we are in the process.
But do you have an agreement with the landowner?
Yes.
To submit on their behalf?
Yeah, yes.
That's.
Yeah.
Do you have any other questions?
Sorry, I'm sorry. You have anything, any other question of Doug Shaw?
You're asking what is the water intake line?
Where does it come from? How much water do you get? I mean, that's in the drawings. There's also wells, I understand, proposed, but.
I don't think there's.
Guys, and we'll follow one down there.
If we have any other questions, we'll ask you. So I think you're asking about the first part of it that says the proposal is to use discharge from the adjacent power generating station. Is that where the water line is coming from?
Wolf, that water intake line, the Wolf Hollow power plants have a line from Lake Granbury that brings water to those sites. That's what.
Granbury is where the water's coming from?
Well, that's
for Wolf
Hollow. Jeannie, have you reviewed anything related to the wastewater facilities for this? Their section wastewater facility says it'll have an on-site water treatment plant. No, this new Project Red. It says the. Okay, I'm just asking about per our regulations, what did your review consist of related to the on-site water treatment plant that's identified in this plan? What did your review consist of? So you've reviewed their plan?
Once they're up and running, not during construction.
Well, that's, I did ask one of the earlier data centers about this and got a little bit of a chuckle, but that is a valid point. You're not quite as big as the one down in Toller that will probably have about 5,000 to 6,000 people a day on site in construction. During construction, where are they going to all have to go down to the last chance to go to the bathroom? I mean, that's, okay. Could you speak into the microphone? Jeannie, microphone.
They will have a company that places them, and they will be picked up on a scheduled basis according to the usage, and it will be disposed of by a waste generating company. The state has these facilities, and these manifests are required to be kept for 5 years as to where it was disposed of. All large construction sites have this type of a facility.
Large is not, I would call this one large. Walmart, Home Depot, large construction, Propel, but this is exponentially larger than that. So how many porta potties do you think it's going to take? I mean, this is, people might think this is an odd question, but I'm thinking of environmental hazard. We have high winds here in this. Sometimes we have tornadoes. Yes, sometimes we have floodwater that could knock over the porta potties and cause stuff to flow out onto the ground and make its way into the Brazos River or to the water system. So what are you going to do to protect against that?
Yeah, so things like managing number of construction workers on site at a time and making sure that there's adequate facilities to support those workers is one of the reasons why general contractors get paid. They're managing the schedules, they're managing the deliveries, they're managing the number of people on site, and they are responsible for complying with environmental regulations associated with porta potties and things like this. So again, that work is coordinated and confirmed as the design progresses. I promise you nobody's running out into the woods, and that there will be adequate facilities on site for the number of personnel that are on site at any given time.
And then what would be the remediation or the prevention when we have flash floods? And so if there's 200 porta potties, what do you expect? I mean, someone said 2,000. I think it's probably going to be more than 2,000 workers a day, so.
I think that number is very conservative. That's a lot of, that's an army of people to manage that are all trying to accomplish the same thing at the same time. I don't think we're going to have anywhere near that number of people on site at any given time. And again, this is not, I understand this is a big project. It's 240,000 square foot buildings, but I just got finished doing an industrial complex in North Fort Worth that had 1.2 million square feet under 2 buildings. This is, I understand it's a big project. I'm not diminishing it, but it is routine. If you've seen the scale of warehousing and distribution projects that are being built and have been built around the Metroplex, this is a fairly normal construction operation.
Well, I went out to Stargate in Abilene, and I saw what, and they estimated that they have 7,000 workers on site during the day and 3,000 at night.
Again, I don't, Project Red is not that size of a project.
Yeah, but Project Red and Yellow together, maybe. Okay. Next thing. So one of the things that it says in our guidelines is that the development subject to the concept plan will not adversely affect the physical environment, in particular the water quality of the county's water resources. But the physical environment, sorry, the physical environment, it doesn't necessarily just mean water. So what else are, when you think about physical environment, when you read that regulation, Development subject to the concept plan will not adversely affect the physical environment. What comes to your mind?
Well, what we've talked about internally, obviously, the first one is drainage and downstream impact, which we believe we've addressed. Again, at the concept plan level, we're committed to not increasing the runoff from the property. We're going to comply with all rules related to stormwater pollution prevention. We've talked a lot about water and water impact and power, but what I can tell you is the development team is also committed to addressing the noise issues. Do we have every answer in every single way that we're going to improve noise at this time? No, because there's a lot of work left to do. But again, I think within the confines of the ordinance and the regulations that Hood County has and what they require us to look at the concept plan level, we've shown that we're not going to impact adjacent properties.
Or the physical environment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the last one on your list is that the talk about the project will have dedicated private fire water system. Where will that water come from?
Again, it's similar to the air-cooled chillers. You fill the water tank one time, and then you obviously pray that you never have a fire and you never need the water, so it's not a continuous use system. And so again, it's a one-time fill, and then if we have a fire, we'll have to refill it.
Okay. So the traffic impact study, where this project is located, it impacts both county roads and TxDOT roads.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't heard anything back from TxDOT. You say
So I'm sorry, but what we're doing with TxDOT, there are two driveway entrances off of Mitchell Bend Highway, which are both permitted commercial driveways, which we're proposing to reuse. So we will be submitting plans to TxDOT that include a traffic impact analysis that go all the way down to 144 and study the intersection at 144 in Mitchell Bend. But technically, we're not applying for a change of use permit or a TxDOT permit with this project.
So when you submit your information to TxDOT, are you going to talk about the after go live traffic or the traffic during construction?
Again, TxDOT criteria states that we look at the horizon or the build out year. Construction traffic is an interim condition that we'll address if they ask us to, but it's not part of their approval process.
But wouldn't you say this was a little unique from what they normally?
Again, I don't believe we have any fear or concern of sharing construction traffic with you as the design progresses. Until we have a general contractor and a defined phasing and a defined construction schedule, we'll be building assumptions on assumptions about number of personnel and trips per day.
Mm-hmm.
But as the project progresses, we'll have pretty detailed information, and there's not going to be a concern of sharing that and discussing it.
And we also have, there's, for this one, there's Wolf Hollow Road that's.
Wolf Hollow Court.
Yeah, Wolf Hollow Court that's on the side
Mm-hmm.
of, behind the power plant.
Mm-hmm.
So
right now, we're not proposing access from Wolf Hollow Court. And again, if it does strategically make sense to use Wolf Hollow Court to stage construction traffic,
mm-hmm.
And we damage that roadway, the development team owner is committed to repairing and not making the Hood County citizens responsible for any damage to the surrounding roadways caused by construction.
And I saw that in your plan. Mm-hmm. And what would that look like? We
would work with the road superintendent, and again, if we want to make the county happy at the completion of construction. If there's damage that we've caused, we're going to fix it and build it back per county criteria.
Is that just like your word here today, or are you going to write up a contract or submit a performance bond or a damage bond? Or
again, we're happy to work with you as we move towards the subsequent submittals in a way that makes you confident that we'll do that. Yeah, but again, we put it on the plan as a commitment, and we're happy to continue to commit to.
But it says the owner will pay. Who is the owner?
Yes, ma'am. In hindsight, that should have said developer.
So are you going to? Okay, so that's not the right reference.
The owner of Project Red is the developer who is committed to improving and repairing any public road damage caused by the project.
Sure.
So it's not inaccurate to state that the owner will pay. We plan to take ownership during the construction period of this property. So it's not inaccurate to stay owner instead of developer.
So you're going to purchase the property from Constellation Energy? That's part of your plan?
Yes, and again, I can't go further into that, but
Okay, that's news. I did have one more question. That's a good point. So on the traffic study, that's what I was thinking about. So the cumulative effect of both projects on, have you spoken to TxDOT about the cumulative, if I could say the word, cumulative effect of the traffic for development of yellow and red at the same time? Or are you planning not to do them at the same time?
No. Again, on the traffic impact analysis is going to project horizon year build-out conditions of both data centers and its impact on the surrounding roadways, including the intersection at 144. That study is forthcoming, and the coordination with TxDOT is forthcoming.
Okay.
But what I can tell you is that, notwithstanding construction traffic, there's about 40 employees that work in each of these buildings, compared to a Walmart or a Home Depot or a warehousing or industrial facility, or even a single-family subdivision. You know, the permanent traffic impact of these facilities is fairly minor.
And I think the difference here is it's a long window for construction.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's kind of a big spike, and then it kind of goes down after construction, but that spike lasts for a long time and impacts people's ability to get to work, impacts emergency vehicles to getting to emergencies in the area, and also impacts the road because of all the traffic. So when we were out at Abilene, they were talking about hours and hours of trucks lined up to get into the facility, and it really was impacting people's ability to get to work. So
again, we have no fear of running that analysis and sharing it with the court as we develop more information about the schedule and the phasing.
thank you. Do you have any questions, Judge?
Anybody else? Yes. You come up.
Laura Crawford, 4541 County Road 1008, Glen Rose. My question is about the traffic. Holly Court is right there, and that is the proposed AWS project. Will the traffic look at cumulative projects at the same time? Because that looks like a disaster in the making.
There is, as someone mentioned earlier, I have been talking to TxDOT about that specific intersection. They've improved it some. I guess it was Ms. Highsmith. There's been several accidents there already. And with 3 projects going on, we'll follow 3, red and yellow. That's a fear that intersection needs to be lighted, and it needs to have turn lanes, needs to be widened, and especially with this happening.
Well, again, we've already collected the background traffic volumes. We've already had the traffic counters out there on site, including that intersection, and we're finishing again these horizon year build out analysis programs right now. We will have to reverse and take a look at construction impact versus permanent build out condition impact. But TxDOT has a very, very strict traffic impact analysis set of standards and criteria that we have to meet. And again, we're happy to share that directly with the county and not just TxDOT.
Thank you. Well, considering everything that we've heard today, no one else has any comments. I'm going to move to deny the concept plan based on insufficient traffic analysis, as we've just discussed. The roads are not capable of handling this amount of traffic.
Excuse me. Point of order. Need to come out of the public hearing.
One of the things not discussed here today are the detention ponds, the evaporation ponds, and how often they're going to be cleaned out of the sludge and everything else, and how many thousands of truckloads that's going to take, and that impact on traffic. And then the dumping of those discharge from those ponds and the wash over the top of all the data centers from the particulate pollution and washing that down into the watershed. I don't know if that's captured and put into the evap ponds or what, but at some point in time, you end up with a real mess in those ponds. You got to pump them out, you got to clean them, haul that away, I guess. But the possibility of sewage going into the Brazos is certainly important, but I think equally important are all the evaporative sludge from a flood or whatever, overflow. None of that has been discussed.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's not.
Wolf Hollow has a schedule on their actual pit separator where they have the sludge hauled off. And those are currently maintained by the state. These manifests tell when it is picked up from the generator, who the transporter is, and where it was disposed of. Those are all required to be kept by state law. That is something that development could require. Environmental health has software where we could track these, but that is one of your questions, and one of the questions of, say, how if the system has to be clean. The percentage of glycol, ethylene glycol, whatever that's in this system will be required to be handled by a licensed person from the state. They will and they will have to follow the guidelines. We can have them turn it into the county if you want us. I get certain ones periodically anyway, and those records are required to be kept for 5 years.
Yeah, let me see if I can address the question. So during construction, we are required to meet the TCEQ SW3P Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan standards. We will have a sedimentation basin, which is required on construction sites that disturb more than 10 acres. That's a temporary situation. That pond has to be maintained at a certain level. Any sediment, dirt, debris that washes into this controlled structure will be removed and either dried or disposed of on site in accordance with all state laws. When construction is complete and the site is stabilized, all the permanent paving's down, disturbed areas have been grassed over, everything is established, we transition to a permanent detention basin, which is a permanent stormwater control, which we capture the rainwater and we make sure that we retain it, detain it on site and release it at a controlled rate so that we're not throwing a bunch of new water onto downstream property owners. That is also not maintenance free, and there is a process and a program to keep that maintained, just like you would any other storm drain pipe or roadside culvert that the county operates and maintains, throughout your entire county. So again, kind of a two-step process related to stormwater management. One during construction when we have a lot of disturbed ground, and the second permanent after the site is stabilized. Both of those are regulated by the state.
Anybody have any other comments? So at this time, at 5 minutes after 12, we are going out of public hearing back into Commissioners Court. Okay. And at 5 minutes after 12, I propose that we go into executive session at this time to confer with our attorneys before we take up a vote on this. So,
No, we don't have that on the agenda. It doesn't have.
I move that we go into executive session at this time. All right, got a motion by county judge to go into executive session, second by Commissioner Andrews. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it 3-2. So we stand adjourned into executive session. Thank you all. It is now 2 minutes after 1 p.m. in the afternoon. No action was taken back in executive session. Do I hear a motion?
The developers have asked for a continuance, so I'll make a motion to accept their continuance for till the court on 3/24.
By Commissioner Samuelson to accept the developer's motion for continuance until March 24th, at the next Commissioners Court meeting. Second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Brings us to the next item. We are adjourning now into a public hearing to discuss and consider the concept plan for Project Yellow Data Center. I hear a motion. No, anyway, well, let's see. I'm going to do this, then I'm going to have to go back into Commissioners Courts.
You have to open it.
We do have to have it? Yeah, I guess we do. Reason, I got another meeting I've got to go. I'm on the Regional Transit Board. I got to be in Glen Rose. Should have been 30 minutes ago, but anyway, I've got to go. So I guess at this time, at 3 minutes after 1, we are adjourning into a public hearing. Okay.
This one's for Project Yellow. It's a 538-acre development, and the engineers are here to speak on it. They had their drainage study and their traffic impact analysis.
Okay. I'm gonna have to leave now. Okay. With that, I hate to leave good company, but I'm sure we'll see each other again on the 10th. All y'all be here again on the 10th and 24th. Anyway, thank you.
Well, what I would say is, due to the schedule conflicts, the continuance request is for both projects, red and yellow. So again, we're requesting a continuance on this motion.
Still have to have the public hearing because it was noticed and ran in the paper and everything else. So we do still need to do the public hearing on
Okay.
it. So.
Yeah, if we do that, then we'll have that out of the way for the 24th.
Okay. Let me grab my notes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I forgot to ask this question on the first one, but it applies to both. Who are the end users of both Project Red and Yellow, the actual data center? Who are the end users?
Do you guys, yeah, I'm not sure I have that answer.
Ultimately, we have many different end users, from enterprises to governments to local companies and technology companies. So for our projects, we've done, tenants ultimately that would encompass all those. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, these data centers, like a lot of people don't realize this, but just to have a phone, you're interacting with a data center thousands of times a day, right? Every time you're getting information, public responders use it, our banks use it. So there's just a myriad of companies who end up, becoming our tenants and using these facilities.
But you don't know yet for these particular ones who.
Not for these particular ones, no, ma'am.
Okay. So Project Yellow is a separate tract, and that's the reason why we had to make 2 separate submittals to comply with the development ordinances. Wolf Hollow Court is a public right-of-way that divides the property. Therefore, it's a separate parcel of land, and it is a separate submittal required by the county. There's no subterfuge of making 2 applications. It's to be compliant with development rules and regulations. Again, Project Yellow is located in the Road Corridor District. The Road Corridor District is described in the ordinance as being appropriate for industrial uses. A lot of similarities between the 2 sites, so I'm not going to repeat everything. Water demand is similar, sewer demand is similar, stormwater detention is similar. Obviously, this one is a bigger project, but again, it's a bigger acreage tract as well. I do want to address one thing that came up in the previous meeting. We are aware of the secondary water quality districts that's shown on the map on the website. We've been I've been a land development engineer in Hood County for a long time. We did discuss this at the pre-submittal meeting. Within the development rules and regulations that are published, there is no definition for secondary water quality district. There are no rules or regulations associated with a secondary water quality district. There's no definition of a secondary water quality district. It is shown on the map, and I'm not arguing with that, but there is no legal terminology. There's no rules. There's no set-asides. There's no development procedures under a term secondary water quality district. So per the ordinance as published and as approved, when we make a statement that we are not located in the water quality district, that is a factual statement. And similarly, Project Yellow is not located in a water quality district. So again, I'm sure we'll have a lot of the same questions, the same conversations as we did with Project Red. I don't want to belabor my time at the microphone. Again, very similar project, same ownership team, same development team, same infrastructure.
Okay, I was going to point out the inconsistency. So Christine, if you could scroll to the very bottom to what we refer to as the checklist, and you'll have to probably blow it up. It's on 15. Yeah.
I see it.
Project Red utilizes on 15.
It's possible that there was again, my fault when I know that I published 2 different checklists, one for each submittal. It's possible that I grabbed the wrong thing off the printer, attached it. I do have 2 different checklists that we prepared. Again, submitting a checklist is not a requirement of the county. We did it to assist with the application, basically to show Clinton, Jeannie, that we were dropping off a submittal that was complete and in conformance with county development rules, just to, kind of make the process a little bit easier. Mm-hmm. I will get that corrected so that the correct yellow checklist is included.
Yeah, and I haven't double checked that all the references are the same. I mean, they.
17 on is misnumbered.
Yeah,
16 was measured, 16A is 16, 16B is 17, and the rest of them are off by 1.
Okay, that again, the same checklist was included with those submittals. I don't know whether that's my fault or something that happened at the county. I just don't know. But I do know that I have a yellow checklist.
Okay.
And I'll make sure I get it to Clint.
Or send it as soon as you can. I don't necessarily have to wait till the 24th.
I should be able to get it depending on what time we get out of here this afternoon.
9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The speakers. Mm-hmm.
Well, we're down to 10 speakers. And you're stuck with me now. Okay. First speaker, Steve Walker. Ravenswood. Okay. Second speaker, Bonnie Rohy.
I do apologize for getting so loud last time because I'm very passionate about this, because I detest watching people that can take advantage of others. I'm not going to say what I was going to say this time. I'll save it for another time when it'll fit better. But I do have a question about the fact that we've heard people talking about, and I've read this throughout all the country, when these data centers and all these things come in, the light pollution is horrendous. And the people here are already saying that Bitcoin makes so much light that they can't see the stars. I'm wanting to know if there's anything going to be addressed about the fact that we are under a major migration pattern for the birds and the butterflies. We are all asked to turn off our lights at night and keep the noise down as much as we can to allow them to migrate and get to where they need to go. I mean, they're going all the way to Canada. Are we going to be the point where we have so much light pollution in this county? and so much noise pollution. And we know that there's all these infrared sound waves and everything are destroying their ability to migrate and follow their paths. So I want to know if somebody's going to address the fact that we could be one of the corks that stops the bottle for a major migration issue. So that's all I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bell, Jim Bell, Craig Jackson, Ms. Shadden.
Thank you. I'm Cheryl Shadden. I'm going to be your new neighbor. I'll gladly put a sign out welcoming you to the neighborhood if you ask me to. No problem there. All right, so I live right across the street. There's going to be all this traffic from your building there. So why don't you relocate me, my horses, my dogs, my cats, my parrot, my neighbors in Weems Estates, the Brownings who live across the street and all of their livestock. Why don't you relocate Jeff Sider, who lives south of there, and Bruce Chase and his wife? Why don't you relocate us for 3 to 5 years somewhere quiet where we can sleep at night while you're having trucks driving up and down the road at all hours of the night? I'd like to see some light studies. Come stand in my backyard. See how bright the lights are from Wolf Hollow, all the noise from Marathon. And so you're going to add trucks and all of that to that all night long. So I'm going to listen to truck traffic, all the noise from Wolf Hollow 1 and 2, especially 1 when their turbines fire. Love that. That's really great. So relocate me and my horses. I'm going to need the Ringling Brothers Barnum Bailey circus train to do that. By a buffer zone. There's no buffer zone. So you're looking at Project Red and Project Yellow. There's absolutely no buffer zone there around that facility to the community. You're directly across the street from me, directly next door to the Brownings, directly next door to all the people at Weems Estates. Jeff Sider and his family and Bruce Chase and his family and the other people that live down there are going to have to try to get in and out of their homes going past that. What are you going to do for the traffic at night and the noise at night during your builds? I want to know where your impact studies are. Have you done any impact studies on the light pollution, the noise pollution, the traffic? Have you done any studies on that? Yes, you're going to do the bare minimum of what the county wants, but are you willing to go above and beyond that and do any impact studies of what I'm really going to be impacted with and all of the other people in this community? Are you? Would you guys do that? Impact studies, environmental impact studies, health impact studies, light pollution impact studies?
Yes, ma'am. We've already completed the environmental impact study, including the recommended data. That's been submitted to we're committed to the sound study.
I'm sorry, I just want to be sure this gets on the record. Would you mind?
Are you going to do that for Constellation Energy and Marathon, or is this just for you? Relocating it back away from the road, so that's really not going to impact the community in this area because we're bombarded with noise 24/7 up to 10 miles away. I particularly am. I'm bombarded 24/7. They're going to be your landlord, though, right? How much are you talking improvement? 25%, 10%? What are you talking?
noise levels of the adjacent community that has a public building, which is Granbury, and that's their criteria. We're incredibly confident that we can meet that criteria from a jurisdiction that actually has the noise. So we want to at least meet the building community.
So if I was to live with OSHA standards, I would have to clock out and go home at 8 hours. I'm bombarded by this noise for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So that's really above and beyond OSHA standards if it was a workplace environment. And then let's talk about Nubbin Ridge Cemetery. Nubbin Ridge Cemetery is a historic site. There are people buried there from 1879 on. You are not to disturb that site within half a mile circumference around that. What are you going to do to protect that historical site?
You'll notice that there's 135 acres of undisturbed preservation area around Nubbin Ridge on that side of the road. We're very aware of the state regulations, both from the historic societies and the state, about disrupting cemeteries, and we are absolutely not going to impact Nubbin Ridge Cemetery. We're not
Noise
allowed.
and vibration? What was your
Well,
question?
again, we're addressing noise and vibration as a part of the ongoing design.
I'd like you to do health impact studies and environmental impact studies in addition to the wildlife around the area, to the livestock and the people that own cattle and horses and all the other livestock in this area, chickens and all of that. So we've had a loss of wildlife, we've had a loss of bird life, we've had a loss of even hogs are leaving the area. So I'd like you to do an impact study on all of our livestock as well and the health conditions of the people surrounding this area.
Ma'am, if you look at the picture up there, all the green lines are existing oil and gas infrastructure. All of the other lines are existing overhead electric infrastructure. The amount of industrial facilities that
My house isn't industrial, it's residential.
No, I'm talking about the project where this is being developed. That's how come we're saying that this is not a greenfield project. This is a very industrial site that's already operating as an industrial site.
And you're going to add to it?
Again, conscientiously, we are going to make every effort to improve the noise situation at the site.
Okay, Cheryl.
I have a question. You said that you mentioned something about you're very aware of the impact that Mara has had. I don't know what your exact words were, but something similar to that. Mara is a partner with Starwood.
Again, the actual contractual arrangements are what the development team, what Starwood is committing to doing is improving the noise levels and the sound situation associated with the existing crypto mine.
Yeah, I was just going off of that.
It doesn't have to be relocated. It doesn't have to be improved. Those are additional expenses that are being incurred by this development team to improve the noise situation with that site. We could work around it as it sits on the ground today and leave it as is. But again, they're choosing not to. They're choosing to address it head on.
Yeah, it just hit me when you said that because, I mean, we didn't mention it earlier when we were talking about the LLC and to Starwood, but, there was a strategic announcement on February 26th about a strategic agreement with Starwood Capital Group, which is now Mara and Starwood are in a strategic agreement. So it just hit me that if Mara is now willing to do something about the sound because they're partnering with Starwood, wonder why they haven't already.
I can't answer that. I just know going forward, there's an intent to improve the noise situation.
Okay. And I get what you're saying about, this is, when you look at it from the standpoint of the maps that you're showing, but there are a lot of people that live here. I mean, you may call it industrial, but there's people that live on both sides of the streets, all around Wolf Hollow. Mm-hmm. So it's really a mixed industrial residential area. There's people that have, as you've heard, sunk their life savings into their homes. And I was just curious for, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to pronounce your name correctly, but the CEO of, pronounce your name again, please. Sorry,
Anthony Balistrieri.
still not going to say it.
Anthony's fine
A
now.
suggestion. Do you guys mind going and sitting at that table over there? Because there's a microphone that you could pass around and,
Oh, that's
you
a
know.
great idea. Okay. What's that? Can you check it, please? Make sure.
And before y'all leave, if I could get a business card from each one of you. If I could get a business card from each one of you before you leave today.
I might have one in the car.
Can you check that mic? And,
Lights on. It
okay, so CEO of Starwood, Mr. Pronounce your name, please, again.
Balistrieri.
Balistrieri. So you live in Florida?
No, ma'am.
Oh, where?
I live in Washington, D.C.
Okay, and how close to your residence is there? Do you live close to a data center?
I live in the city, so live quite close to a lot of infrastructure. And then a lot of our team members live very close to data centers in Northern Virginia. There's quite a number. Our team's office used to be a data center. And our team actively offices at times in data centers.
So do you, you say you've driven out there. So did you say you had driven out there?
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
okay.
ma'am.
So you've seen the homes that are close by and the ranches and the wildlife and the livestock that are out there?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of studies about sound on continuous effects of sound on people and livestock?
Well, ultimately, we defer to our noise expert who's here. If there's specific questions that you'd like to address with him, ultimately, we bring in experts to help us with that, ma'am.
So I was going to ask Jeannie again if you'd reviewed their sewer effluent will be treated through an on-site sanitary facility permitted through the Hood County Health Department. Have you received any permits? So you haven't reviewed this part?
We've still got a couple of speakers.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Shannon Wolf? Not here. Oh, there you are. Well, you were over there, so you moved on me.
Where's Waldo?
By the way, congratulations on your win yesterday.
Thank you.
Well done. I'm Shannon Wolf, precinct chair, but I'm also a professor. And I sit on dissertation committees, and I sit on project committees for students. And when a student presents a project that's full of holes, that has faulty information, who has a number of, let's just call them typos, and brings an incomplete paper, it fails. It fails. We send them back and tell them that they have to go through the process again. Well, that's what's happened here. And I hear you saying for the first one, you have sent them back and said, you need to do some things, we're going to put this on hold. How much can you really trust someone who doesn't bring their A game to commissioner's court, who's asking for a lot of leeway? That's number one. The second thing that I would say is I see what's up there right now, and yes, that looks like an industrial zone, but that does not exist right now. I know 211 really well. I have walked it, I have driven it, I know those people out there, and what is there right now is like a small little area set inside of a beautiful, beautiful rural area. It's gorgeous out there. They're wanting to turn it into something else. My son took a trip out to East Texas with his family recently, and they drove down past Midlothian. I don't know if you guys have been down past Midlothian lately, but it is an industrial wasteland. That's what they're wanting to do to 211. They're going to say, no, no, we're going to be your friends. They work for Mara. That's Marathon. We know their track record. Do we not? We know that they make promises and then don't do them. They tell you they're going to do all of these things. Matter of fact, I think Mara's lawyer might be here in this room right now. Why on earth would you believe them? We have 3 years of knowing that they cannot be trusted, that they promise you all kinds of things and deliver none of it. Their sound person that they brought, I don't know this person. He may be a wonderful person, but I will tell you this. I know that they have done their own sound study before, and it is full of, let's just say, manure. I'm going to say manure. I can say that. Okay? Guys, I'm telling you, the fox is in the hen house again. What are you going to do about it? Please tell me that you're not going to say, oh, we are legally bound. Let me tell you what you are legally bound to do is to protect us. That is what you are legally bound to do. I am holding you accountable. I will not back off. I will tell you if you are a person of integrity or not. And I will shout it from the rooftops. And yes, I'll probably be on social media and I might cause you grief. But I will absolutely speak facts, and I will absolutely hold your feet to the fire over this one. Do not fail the people who voted you into office. Do not fail us. Don't worry about people who live in DC or Florida or whoever. They can't vote for you. You do not represent them. You represent me and the people in this room and the people outside this courthouse. I implore you, get your priorities straight or step down. Thank you.
I think it's Robin Sutherland. Robin, yeah, okay.
Hi, I'm back. Robin Sutherland, concerned citizen of Pecan Plantation. I heard a question, but I didn't hear the answer earlier today on, let's assume if approvals happen and Project Red gets approved and then it goes to Project Yellow, is the plan that both of them get constructed at the same time, or is it like a phased approach?
It's a phased approach. Project Red, is the microphone on? Oh, there we go. It's definitely a phased approach. Again, the phasing and the schedule hasn't been fully determined yet, but Project Red will go first under some phasing program. Subsequently, Project Yellow will then follow its own phasing program.
Okay, because when I was looking at the traffic assignment documents, you know, it showed like if they combine together, but I guess it's not going to be combined together.
No, at some point, both facilities will be fully built out, and that's the final traffic analysis that's been modeled.
Oh, so the traffic analysis is not for the construction, it's for the final build out.
Yes, ma'am.
So the average of 1,900 trips a day. Not all during prime time.
Mm-hmm.
During prime time it's like 36 and 50 or something. But while it's in the end state, 1,900 and some odd trips every day on the little roads that we have in that area.
On Mitchell Bend Highway.
Right. Okay. Sounds crazy. Next question. So I'm hearing, because now that we have all these topics, I've been studying and trying to understand things, and technology is evolving very, very fast. And now chips are going to be getting smaller. You know, you heard that comparison. Computers used to take up rooms, and now they can fit in our pocket. And by the time, let's just say Project Red, if it goes through and it gets built and it takes, the documentation said Project Red build out is 2027 and Project Yellow is 2030. So that means when they're ready to be operational. That was kind of on the concept plan under current world. Okay. So that's, 2027 is only a year from now.
On the traffic study, we calculate an increase in background traffic as the county grows, obviously. So we make projections both on an increase in background traffic on the existing roadways, plus the build-out condition of the project that we're studying. So at some point within a traffic analysis, we have to say this project's going to be built in this year and this one will be built in this year, so we can study both the new traffic created by the development as well as the just general growth of the area. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So,
So those aren't, those are dates used for the purpose of the analysis.
okay. Now, so I guess where I'm going at was, I was kind of off the topic of the roads. I was more on computer chips and technology changing. And what if by the time you build, let's say we move forward with Project Red and you build it, and the technology has changed and you don't need that much space, and you built these data centers, and then what happens? Or what if you don't even need them because they can do everything whoever, you can't get customers that want to come there because Abilene's place was big enough and now the technology doesn't need as much. What would happen if ultimately you build it and then it's not needed anymore and you're an LLC and you go, oh, sorry, bye. Then what happens? I forgot what the terminology is if that has to go away.
Decommission it.
Okay, decommission, deconstruction.
That's for y'all.
I mean, ultimately, we wouldn't be proceeding forward if we believed that that would be the case. And I can say over my, 20 plus years in the data center industry, everyone always talks about this as something that's going to happen. It's never really happened. So, I mean, ultimately, we believe, and, if we move forward with this project, we'd be committed that they'd be here for quite some time, providing jobs and, taxes to the community.
Yeah, I just like to do the what if. What if it's built and then technology changes and the needs change? So, that's all I have.
John Highsmith, I think he did leave, didn't he? Do what? Cindy Highsmith left. Donna Kelleher?
Donna Kelleher. I live in Bentwater. Okay, so the definition of the water quality districts, I'll show you where they are. All right. So if you have the strategic plan, and it's page 1379, volume 2 in the Hood County records, you can look it up. And I happen to have a little screenshot of it on my phone here. So a water quality district is a district to be established along lakes, rivers, and tributaries whose primary function is to protect water quality. Okay, so we got that one. All right, then we can go to the map, all right, because the map has a key, and the key further elaborates on the water quality district and what it means. I know it's not much, but it's what we have, okay? So over there on the left, secondary water quality district boundary within 1 mile of the Brazos, primary water quality district boundary within 1/2 mile of the major creeks. Now, if you look at the date that things were filed, the strategic plan came first, and then the district development map was filed, okay? So this was all part of 231 subchapter K that the state asked or mandated that Hood County comply with. It's a law. So those are our documents. This is what we have. So you have to use that, and that's where you find it. And believe me, it's a little tricky, and we know it's a little tricky, and I apologize for that. You also have to look at the Master Thoroughfare Plan, which recently was updated. So all of that is on the Development Department, Development Commission, sub-menu, documents. That's where you find it, okay? So we have that. And now that I'm done with that, I want to talk about the bird migration, okay? So are you all aware of what the Central Flyway is? You know what the Central Flyway is? All right. Well, the Central Flyway is a major corridor for birds. And if you have any interest in birds at all, you can look at Birdcast. It's a new technology. I love technology. And Birdcast tells you the projected migration for the night. So we might have 13 million birds crossing overhead or something like that. Why do we have so many? Because in Texas, we have over 600 species of birds that traverse from as far away as Antarctica and Tierra del Fuego all the way up to Canada. So right now, The whooping cranes, a very endangered species, are migrating up from the coast where they've been wintering, and they're going north. So we might see them fly overhead. They've flown right over my house. We have the Franklin's gull, which goes from Chile all the way up to Canada. All right, I have a video right here on my phone, right over my house. Why do they come to, why do they migrate here? Because we have the rivers. They eat the mollusks along the way. So birding is a big deal. When George Bush was the governor and he then became the president, one of the things he did as governor was he established the birding trails in Texas. So you have the Great Coastal Birding Trail, you have the Prairies and Lakes Birding Trails. Birding is a big thing in Texas because we have so many species. All right, so noise. Noise disrupts birds because they can't call to one another. So when they do nesting, they can't call to one another. All right, so that's another big thing. So, you know, you can do a remote acoustic monitoring to see which birds are there unless you just can't hear anything. So that's a problem. And I believe that you can make a quieter data center. Just because you're in Virginia, you get the benefit and luxury of ordinances and standards. And we keep hearing minimum acceptable standards. All right, everybody loves a metal building. Don't have to pay a lot of money for those. Minimum acceptable standards. Is that really what we want to do here? Can't you put a berm around it? Can't you use a tilt wall panel building? Can't you put your mechanical equipment inside? Can't you use penthouses? Can't you put a curtain wall up? Can't you put some sort of sound barrier or protection around this equipment and really stop being such a bad neighbor? I don't think you want to be characterized as a bad neighbor. You know, it's fine to look at the standard, but you don't have to live it. We do. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, the last speaker is Annette Bearden. Okay, that's it for the speakers. Any other commissioner have comments?
Yes, could you scroll down to where it talks about the traffic, please? Yes. Yes, so there's. So that first, is that Nevin Court there? That's so there's Glen Rose and then Nevin Ridge Court. Okay. So one of the questions that, we talked about this again already, but during construction, the trucks that are delivering materials to your site are not going to be able to just stage out on Mitchell Bend or 144. So they may be down Holly Court waiting to cross, going over there to wait, or Nubbin Ridge Court or Wolf Hollow Court. So that's why I'm really concerned about the during construction plan, because that's a big impact to the county roads, the traffic on 144 and Mitchell Bend, and the people that live there trying to get out of their homes or get back home, emergency evacuation, emergency vehicles. That's why I think it's really important to understand the during construction traffic. And because it's going to last 3 to 5 years.
We will provide a traffic study related to construction traffic. Again, that's not going to, that's something that's kind of in stage because it's a lot of general contractor coordination. And you're right, during the couple of weeks when we have big concrete pours, whether through a batch plant or delivery trucks, that's a pretty heavy week for deliveries. During a lot of the other construction periods, there's very few deliveries. So, everything, we'll just have to work with the general contractor and the schedule in the chart and figure out what that looks like and make sure to keep the county informed and aware, especially your emergency operations and things like that. Ultimately, again, you just have to appreciate that the schedule and delivery is up to the owner's criteria and the general contractor's capability. But we will be transparent and sensitive to your concerns about construction traffic.
Yeah. And again, there's that word owner that we're not sure who that is.
Starwood is the developer and owner, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We clarified earlier.
Okay. But the property, for this one, this is Project Yellow, so
That, correct, yes.
Who owns-
Good clarification, yes.
Who owns
This
the
is still true. We will be the owner
Of the property.
of the property during construction.
Okay. Again, I'm going to just remind you about the compliance with the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act. It's very critical when there's anything that's connected to the grid, that it follows that act, and that none of the components are manufactured by the entities that are listed on the governor's list. And there is an Attorney General investigation into that. If you're not aware, you should go look at Ken Paxton's investigation. On water, it's the same issue that we talked about on the other one. The proposal is exactly the same, is to, the project will use the, let's see, the proposal is to use discharge from adjacent power generating station, which I assume is Wolf Hollow. So will there be, because this one's not as close, so are you anticipating pipes under there'll be pipes under the ground to bring water from this? Okay. But if this plan is not approved, then the project will use its allotment from the groundwater through Upper Trinity, which we talked about before. So that doesn't, as we talked about, it's not a great plan. Mr. Shaw's still here. So it's really speculative at best. You said you have fire lanes, but I'm not sure if the fire marshal has been able to fully review your plan, because he said that there wasn't enough information yet to review. So one of the comments on drainage says that the drainage is going to run through the cemetery. So how will that work? Because that's a historical cemetery. And I mean, Ms. Shadden mentioned it. Have you reached out to the Texas, sorry, two questions. Have you reached out to the Texas Historical Commission regarding that cemetery? And what about the drainage that looks like it's going through the cemetery?
Where did that comment about drainage?
It came from the review by our.
I haven't seen that. Naturally, we're following existing drainage patterns. We're not. We will make sure that no drainage impacts the cemetery. We are sensitive to the historical nature of the cemetery, and we are very aware of the rules surrounding work in that area. We are not going to disturb another cemetery. And again, there's a huge swath of property around the cemetery that we're not, other than a detention basin, we're not proposing any industrial infrastructure.
Okay. Have you reached out to the Texas Historical Commission?
No, ma'am, but we certainly can.
Okay, thank you. What's that, Clint? Mm. And then just going back to the last couple of comments, again, that the development subject to the concept plan will not adversely affect the physical environment, and in particular, the water quality of the county's water resources. So the physical environment is more than just the water. So how will you address, because especially this part, I mean, yes, Project Red is on where the Bitcoin data center basically is located today. But this is trees and big, a really rural area. So how will you not affect the physical environment?
Well, again, we've addressed drainage ordinances and drainage criteria as far as runoff and adverse impact to adjacent properties associated with the impact of the development. I'm assuming you're talking about things like lights and noise and traffic and other concerns that have been discussed a lot today. And again, it's the commitment that we're making to improve the noise situation associated with the project. And again, I'm just going to, I guess, relay again our interpretation that the road corridor district is established in the county for industrial sites. That's what it says in the ordinance. This is not in the rural district.
I have the definition for the road corridor district if you'd like me to read it.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the road corridor district definition is a district that extends along major thoroughfares identified in the strategic plan whose primary purpose is to accommodate the majority of the county's projected urban and suburban development. And then it goes on to the rural land use district, a district encompassing existing rural areas, the purpose of which is to maintain the rural character of the county. We don't have anything with the word industrial.
You're correct.
Thank you.
I should have used the word urban.
Okay. You're aware that subchapter K says the recreational nature of the county? So. I don't know. Go ahead.
Yep, we're very familiar with subchapter K. Just for clarity's sake, that's what we refer to as enabling legislation. It gives you all the right to adopt development regulations. It itself is not a regulatory document. You have adopted regulations. Those are the ones that are evaluated against this plan, and your third-party engineer has reviewed and provided you the comments on that as well. So just for clarity. But yes, we're very much aware of subchapter K.
And we got that this morning at 7:45, and I haven't
Yeah, so do we.
asking any questions about it.
No, fair enough. We
He or
did too.
she.
Yep.
Go ahead. I mean, it's Dave's.
My only comment as being on the Development Commission is that these projects from a high level go way outside the bounds of what our current regulations govern. So I don't think it's unreasonable that we should ask questions that go far beyond what would be a typical concept plan question, as well as insist that certain information is provided, even if it is outside the typical sequence for when it's requested, because these are not typical projects that we'd see. So I don't think that, the typical questions, the typical things of that nature could apply. Thus, the reason we are concerned about these things that may not fall under a typical concept plan on its own.
We're still in public hearing. Anybody else down here?
First of all, I keep hearing about traffic impact analysis as being next stage. Very specifically is number 15 on the checklist that you do a traffic impact analysis. So maybe in other places it's later, but not here. I really wanted to point out this situation right here on the map. You have a cemetery over here. It's been talked about. It's historic. There's not supposed to be disturbance within a half mile of that. I point out that the noisemakers that come out of, well, Wolf Hollow too, and move down into Red is, what, a few hundred feet away? I mean, I don't know. I guess there aren't too many people around that need to do quiet reflection with loved ones there, but it won't be quiet anymore. I think that what you need to do is consider making everything quiet. And the only way to do that is to get rid of these mobile data centers. They're the ones that blow all the air and cause all the noise that you're hearing about. You'll make a lot of headway with everybody here if you can do that. Also, understand we're giving these an extension here. I recommend that we provide with them the conditional approvals that we've levied on others so that they can look at the kinds of things that we are asking above and beyond what shows up in the development regulations, which were never considered to be used for industrial, and we are in the process of trying to update. If we could have had a moratorium, we'd have had more time, but anyway, I'll leave that for another day.
I have a question for your attorney. I'm sorry. I know I wrote it down before, but could you,
Mann, M-A-N-N.
can you tell me your name again?
Tommy Mann, M-A-N-N.
Yes, and I'd just like to reiterate what our Development Commission member said, is that, and I said it earlier, this is not just like another Walmart or another gas station. This is development that we've not seen before, and it came really fast.
Yeah.
So we're just trying to do our best to protect the rural nature of the county as stated in subchapter K, and comply with the law.
We understand and appreciate that.
Any other commissioner has anything to say? Okay, we'll come out of public hearing at 1:53, and we are now back into re-adjourning back into regular commissioners court. Do I hear any kind of a motion?
That we accept the request for a continuance until March 24th, 2026.
Have a motion to approve and accept the continuance agreement till March 24th. And it's by Commissioner Samuelson, the second from Commissioner Andrews and Mr. Wilson. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None. Passes 4-0. Thank you. So we're coming to another item, and we have been on a marathon here. Excuse me using that name, but I apologize for that. But we're going to take about a 5-10 minute break.
Okay.
We're adjourned till about
sir.
Everybody ready? Okay, it is 2:05. We're back on the record, and we are at item number Roman numeral 6, miscellaneous business to be discussed and considered. Number 1, discuss and take appropriate action to direct the development director to update the development permit regulations, Article 4, application requirements and procedures, Section 4.2.d, concept plan, and 4.4.c, site development plan, known as the development checklist, and associated sections to include item 1, items outlined in the conditional approval letters received from council, 2, NFPA 855, and 3, an updated legislation including but not limited to Texas Government Code Chapter 2275, parentheses, Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act, and 4, Texas Government Code Chapter 424, Critical Infrastructure Protection Act, and finally, Utilities Code Chapter 303, Battery Energy Storage Facility Agreements. Take it away, Commissioner.
Okay. Well, just as you all are aware, this has been kind of evolving over the last several courts as we have reviewed these plans, and as we just mentioned 10, 15 minutes ago, this is not the normal development plans, concept plans that we have been receiving over the last 5, 10 years. This is new development, larger than we've seen in the past. And as we've gone through them, our council has offered a series of things that need to be requested and suggested that we update what we call the checklist, but it's actually 4.2D in the concept plan, 4.4.c, where it lists, I think it's 1 through 18, Clint? That lists the specific items, and people get lifted out and put in that chart that you guys have seen. So that's why it's kind of called a checklist, but it's not referenced as a checklist in the regulations, but we've been referring to it as a checklist. So just thought it would be a good time, since we're about to receive an iteration of changes, not the full changes, that we're going to request the engineering firm and the attorneys that we've hired to do a full review of the regulations. We do have an iteration that will be presented on the 10th of March, and to include these things that are listed here. So that's what this is about, is to just ask the court to direct the Development Commission or the Development Director together to put these things into the development regulations.
I'd like to speak on something. I know I've been out for a while and my brain's a little foggy. The first bullet item, the conditional approval letters, that's fine because that's stuff that we already have in the regs. We're just going to move it over to the concept plan. The NFPA 855 is a fire code, which by law we don't have the population to do. The Texas Government Code, Chapter 2275, and Government Code 424 and 303. What I just seen in my phone by looking them up, those are for ERCOT, or the Public Utility Commission. Any statute or order, remember when I wrote the, what's it called, the salvage yard order? In those statutes that say a county may adopt this by da-da-da, however it says it. There's no place in any of those that I've seen on my phone that says the county may adopt this, that's all basically building codes or contract stuff for ERCOT or the Public Utility Commission. So how are we going to incorporate that into a checklist? We don't approve stuff for the state. At the very least, I think that the new council and the engineers ought to be involved with the wording of whatever type of wording y'all want to put in there so it's legal.
So the salvage yard regulation is something that we can choose to adopt. It's a
Right.
may adopt. This is state law, it's
like a-
statute. This is not.
It's like a slaughterhouse order. I was tasked with writing a slaughterhouse order a couple of years ago, 22? And I started writing it, and then as I'm reading it and I'm writing it, I realized we didn't even have the population requirement. So if we don't have the population requirement to write a salvage or a slaughterhouse order, which it definitely would be detrimental to the environment or your neighbors, then how do we have the authority to write this?
This isn't writing it, it's just saying that this
But
is,
there's nothing in those statutes that say a county or a city may adopt this.
yes, but we already have, you remember, we've already, Jeff is already working with NFPA 855. That's the battery energy storage.
Right, but now we're going to put it in a permitting process, which is, if you read the law, we don't meet the population of 250,000 to be able to do that.
No, so we adopt the state's requirement.
We do not have the right to permit it. He's got the right to enforce it, but we don't have the right to permit it if you read 232, whatever it is.
Yes, that's all this is that be sure that this is as these, well, just say you understand that this is a requirement. If you have battery energy storage, this is a requirement. You also have to comply with the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act. Now, when I wrote this and submitted it and then looked farther into the 424, that one, I'm going to leave that one off because that does not apply. That has to do with people coming onto your property for critical infrastructure. So since these are around, they're either connected to the grid or they're next to the grid. So this has to do with people coming onto the property that's defined as critical infrastructure. But after Matt and I talked about it, there's really no enforcement or anything we can do.
Right, I just don't understand if it's on the checklist, how it's going to be something that we could subjectively see and check off the list.
Well, we can with the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act. We're going to ask them to provide, like I was just asking these gentlemen, they need to provide a list of their components so that we can ensure that it's in compliance.
Yeah, and if I can add to that on the.
Isn't that a building code?
No, it's a state law.
The Critical Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act went into effect in 2021, and it prohibits businesses and governments from contracting with entities owned or controlled by named countries, countries China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, and now Venezuela. And it does allow, I think that it does by extension allow us to question that with incoming, especially the size that we're talking about. I think that it gives us the authority to at least question whether they are receiving components from those countries into their construction if they're going to be hooking up to a critical infrastructure. And critical infrastructure is communication, cybersecurity systems, the electric grid, hazardous waste treatment systems, and water treatment facilities. So I would say that I think we can add that in.
Well, explain like that, I understand, but could we have like a affidavit or something drafted by the attorney that they sign, and that way we address that?
Well, I think that's what this agenda item is.
Right, I just wanted something I could check off on the list and not just say, hey, you do this?
Yeah, I think that's that's the kind of input back and forth we need to talk about to get this done.
But I think it's more than an affidavit. They need to provide the list of all their components.
And we have some input from our fire marshal, and possibly on 855 or other.
Yes, so I would like to recommend that we put language in there that any project must adhere to state adopted fire code and not specifically 855. Because when we start throwing out, you must adhere to 855, one, that possibly suggests they can negate any other applicable fire code, but two, it makes it look like we are targeting BESS systems.
But the state includes 855.
The state does include 855. They have not adopted 850, which is generation, so that's your power plants, your solar panels, all of that mess. But 855 is specifically, that is dialed in just for battery energy storage systems. But if they're building a large facility, their sprinkler system may also come into play. Their, like we were just talking a while ago, the roads and the turnaround radius that is on their facilities may also come into play, because I can't drive a fire truck into someplace I can't turn it around. So instead of saying that we are going to hold you to 855, I would almost rather see you put in there something that you will be held to any applicable state adopted NFPA fire code.
I agree with that. I like that.
Understand that inside each of these data centers, they have BESS in them, the BESS that are built out just by themselves. Each data center has its own BESS in them.
So what I was hearing him explain a while ago was kind of the equivalent of having one of the battery backup storage things you have underneath our desk that keeps our computer running. If it is not designed as a battery energy storage system that is meant to supply power to something, it could just be a battery backup to your computer or that bank of computers or that whichever. And we have those in our office so that if we lose power, we don't dump everything off our, right. So I don't know that all of those are going to particularly fall under 855 as a BESS. Well, because I think BESS is, well, I think so.
And every one of our homes would be a BESS.
So like those battery backups, if they're building those in these data centers, it's probably to give them time to shut that component down before everything's dumped or wiped on it, and not so much meant to provide power for long-term use. So I don't know that that kind of deal would fall under a BESS.
Aren't there
under definition.
specifications in 855 as to what it applies for that define how big or how much storage or?
Yeah, everything's in 855.
Okay, so that would eliminate the battery that I use to charge my phone sometimes.
Probably, or a battery backup for a computer rack.
Okay.
I think what he was talking about, the ISUs or whatever, that's just the temporary power supply for if you have an interruption in the grid and you got to kick on the backup generators. I think it keeps it.
You have time to shut everything down before, yeah.
15 seconds or whatever. I think that's the kind of thing he was talking about.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're going to do the fire code road, I would rather have all of the applicable codes apply, not just 855.
Well, and that maybe, I mean, shouldn't we say you've got to meet all the EPA guidelines, endangered species, and everything that's involved with this? They have to be in compliance with all of that.
Sure.
So.
But we're not trying to work this out this minute.
Well, I don't think we can do this. I think we got to have a hearing before we can amend the regulations. So I don't think we can take action today.
Well, this is just to ask for the changes. The hearing's going to be on the 10th.
And truth be known, so you're talking about the EPA and just like it's not my job to go and explain somebody fire code to a project, they need to have people that understand what those codes are and know how to meet them. And that should be true of the EPA codes and any other code that applies to their project. It's not our job to educate them on the code. It's their job to comply. It's just our job to ensure that they've complied.
Well, I'll throw another monkey wrench in that one. If you're talking the EPA, if it's intrastate, it may not even apply. So, but this, getting back to Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act, that's specific for the state of Texas.
Correct.
And that is a tool that we can use.
Yes.
Same thing for the fire code, the state fire code. That's a tool that we can use.
Correct.
We don't have to try to put everything but the kitchen sink in there.
Right.
But anyway,
I don't want to be refined to a crescent wrench with 855 when I have a whole toolbox.
No, I agree with you.
Okay.
Again, this isn't to approve any changes today. as Commissioner Andrews pointed out. This is just to ask the court to direct the changes to be made and brought back to the hearing on the 10th. So,
Understood, and that's why I just wanted to make the suggestion that we just take 855 out of it altogether and just put applicable state-adopted fire codes.
okay, and what about the 303 battery energy storage facility agreements? Should we keep that in or wait until the?
Well, is Clint saying that that's something that who ERCOT, that applies to ERCOT?
Okay.
And I can't really speak to a PUC standard, so.
Okay, well, that may come back later, I don't know, but.
Well, that'll work its way out when they start putting it together. If it doesn't work, it doesn't apply. Yeah, I would say so.
All right, so.
And I've got anybody else have anything up here? We've been here all day, so if you have one question, Ms. Shadden.
So when you're doing all of this and you're changing your checklist, are you going to ask them to come up with a list that you have indeed and verification that they've met these checklists? Are you going to ask them, go, okay, here's my equipment list, and here's where all of these sources are coming from? Are you going to make them give up that data sheet? Okay.
One more quick one, hang on.
So since so many of the projects also have power plants included with them, we don't have anything on there about air. And the air attainment numbers are just going to go up. And that's really a cause for concern for everyone in the county. And I don't know if there's some way you can include some quantification of their impact on our air attainment.
I think that's in 231.
Okay.
I think, yeah.
Okay, I don't know, but just suggesting it.
At the concept plan level, I don't think you could do that, but I think you could probably throw that in there on the site development plan level, because at the concept plan level, it's meant to see if their project is feasible without spending $1 million on the concept plan. So you could make that a requirement for your site development plan that you have approval from TCEQ for the air quality or whatever.
I know there's not a lot of time between now and the 10th, and I think the Development Commission has offered to help give a draft to you so that you can save some time.
All right, I hear a motion.
Yes. I move to direct the Development Director to update the Development Permit Regulations, Article 4, Application Requirements and Procedures, Section 4.2D, Concept Plan, and 4.4C, Site Development Plan, known as the Development Checklist, and associated sections to include items outlined in the conditional approval letters received from Council, state-adopted fire code, state-adopted NFPA fire codes, updated legislation, including but not limited to Texas Government Code, Chapter 2275, Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act, and the Utilities Code 303, Battery Energy Storage Facility Agreements. Yes, the hearing.
That's your motion?
Yes.
I'll second. Oh, either way. Okay, any other? Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner Samuelson, as stated. I've got a second from Commissioner Wilson. Is there any further discussion?
I didn't say it. I'll amend it to say that the changes will be just subject to a public hearing on the 10th. That's already been.
So we got a motion from Commissioner Samuelson as amended and seconded by Commissioner Wilson as amended. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. There's no other business on the agenda, so we are hereby adjourned at 2:23. Thank you.